Test. Oh, it's working. That's terrific. Good morning and welcome everyone to the 2022 Waterloo Creative City Summit. And I am so glad to see all of you in here in person. Is that an amazing? Let's give ourselves a hand. My name's Kathleen Darby, and I am the Executive Director of the Creative City Network of Canada. And to begin, I'd like to acknowledge that the work of the Creative City Network of Canada takes place on the traditional territory of many nations, and that the CCNC office is located on the unceded territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe peoples. Today, and for this conference, we gather on the land traditionally cared for by the Haudenosaunee, Anishinaabe, and Neutral peoples. We acknowledge the enduring presence and deep traditional knowledge, laws, and philosophies of the Indigenous peoples with whom we share this land. To the Indigenous culture workers and artists of this land, we thank you for the work you do in this sector, coast to coast to coast. First Nations, Inuit, and Métis cultures are a vital part of understanding the tapestry of culture across Turtle Island. Well, I hope you enjoyed your breakfast. The Delta Waterloo's doing a great job so far, right? Okay, good. Woo. Good job. The coffee is awesome, I must say. Again, I'm so grateful to be here with you in Waterloo, and many of you I recognize, at least from the shoulders up. I also want to say hello to our virtual delegates who are coming in from all across the country as well. We have about 50 people that are coming in virtually. They can also, just so that you know, all the virtual delegates, you can watch live or you can come back and watch these presentations after the fact, and there's a lot of virtual programming that you can take part in. You'll see that on the app, which brings me to the very important note that if you have not downloaded the Whova app, this is your best friend for the conference. It gives you all the information that you need, and it really connects you with people and makes it possible to sort of figure out those connections. So please download the app. I will be your MC for a large part of this summit, so basically that means I'm just going to be telling you what to do, which is normal for me. So now I'd like to get on with our program. It gives me great pleasure, first of all, to invite the Mayor of the City of Waterloo, His Worship Dave Jaworski, to bring words of greeting on behalf of the City of Waterloo. Dave?
Well, what a day. 3 years in the making, I think, Estero. Quite the event, and a special thank you to the team for making it happen. I think that this is going to be a great get-together, almost like a signature event of bringing people together post-COVID. So, round of applause for the team. They deserve it. The team members hiding at the back there. And a special hello to everybody who's at home watching us virtually, folding laundry. Good luck. Enjoy that. You know, you think about arts and culture and how much that puts things in the community. That when I started as mayor, and I've been mayor for 2 terms now, and I'm not running again. I look forward to enjoying life again. And you know, I came to the region of Waterloo. So here we have a 2-tier governance system where a lot of the commonality of government services are aggregated at the region of Waterloo, but below that we have the City of Waterloo, City of Kitchener, City of Cambridge, and 4 townships. And I'm sitting in one of my first Region of Waterloo meetings, and we're going through committees. So we're assigning all the different council members to different committees. And one comes up was the Regional Public Art Advisory Committee meeting. And it was for people to put up their hands. I was thinking, well, you know, I'll wait for people to put up their hands on this one just to see how many other elected officials are really, maybe they're artists or things like that, because I don't know them all. And, you know, hands didn't go up. So I put up my hand. And I figured that with the Public Art Advisory Committee, I would be a great addition, because all these people would know about fine arts or visual arts or other kinds of arts, and I came there with complete ignorance. And I thought that that would be a good new addition. Nobody else would be completely ignorant of the arts and culture scene, other than the fact that I was a vessel waiting to be filled with good information on arts and culture, and I knew governance, and we set the budget. So I figured that was a good fit. And all in all, it was a good fit. And we've done a lot on the Regional Arts and Culture Committee, and then a lot at the City of Waterloo in terms of making things interesting. And I think that's really the philosophy I came here with, is that as a mayor, what you really want to do is build quality of life. And with that, we want to make uninteresting places interesting. We want to make unfun places fun. And I think we've really done that here through not only our own teams here and your teams, but also through partnerships. And I think that's the one thing we really learned during COVID, is you're going to have to zig and zag and form new ways of working. And I think that was really powerful for our local teams, is to find new ways of working, because many hands make light work. There's a lot of artisans who were stuck at home, like many people were stuck at home, but we pushed out a lot of funding through arts investments, through different partnerships, and I think that really helped keep the artisan community going. You know, if I think about the local scene here, I think about walking through Uptown Waterloo and then spotting a fellow, Luke Swinson, doing a piece of temporary art, a mural in Uptown Waterloo in the Uptown Square, and getting to meet Indigenous artist Luke Swinson and seeing the beautiful art piece that he put in. And I think we've been working with Luke now and for 4 years, and I think that's just so powerful to have that piece of art in there. We've done a lot of temporary art pieces. I think about the time I was cycling through Waterloo Park, and I met the Métis artist doing the, this is going to be like an interactive thing. I met the Métis artist from Hamilton. Tracy May Chambers, and she was doing this art in the park, and you know, I'm biking around, right? So I'm not dressed like this. So when I come up to people and I start asking questions, I go, oh, by the way, I say I'm the mayor. That's why I'm asking all the questions, in case you think I'm just some odd guy driving, walking by or cycling by, and I say I'm mayor, and they all go, you're the mayor? Well, somebody has to be mayor. It happens to me, and I'm biking by, and I'm asking about this. And just the Métis artists that we worked with, and the displays that she has that are still in the trees. I spotted them the other week, and just it's so powerful and adds so much to the creativity. Now, Brian Hill, our Indigenous relations advocate, he could not be here today to talk about his normal acknowledgement of you know, Mother Earth and that, but it really helps you seeing this art just in different places, to look down, to look up, to see the sunrise, to see the moon, to see the trees, and it really helps you get a better perspective of your community. And a few weeks ago we had Lumen. Well, it's not even a few weeks ago now, it's like a week ago. You guys need a rest. But Esther was just telling me, I think it was like 34,000 people here, and right at the corner, there's a lot. You know, one of the downsides is traffic. I think a lot of us know that, you know, cars are everywhere, and this corner here is one of the confluence in Uptown Waterloo. And I love the fact that every year at Lumen, the people take over. It's really hard for cars to get by because there's just people in the streets, everybody going to see the different art displays, the archer fish, the musical swings, a whole bunch of other, about 30 other, like I said, it's going to be interactive, about 30 other. Are you going to be talking about Lumen? Are you talking about Lumen here? Oh, you aren't? Okay, well, it's about 35 different art pieces, and so some fun, some creepy, like the one in the parking garage. That was just creepy, that one. Anyway, made me scared. Anyway, just a whole bunch of things going on. I think that's really what is special about all that. What you do in your communities is building that quality of life, making uninteresting places interesting, making unfun places fun, And I think that's really what's key, and working with the partnerships and building each of the artisan communities in your community, building them up so that we can enjoy more in our community. And with that, I think that's all I had to say. I haven't really read what I was planning to say. Oh, this was very interesting. I said, investing in arts organizations and artisans to foster the artistic ecosystem makes them move from surviving to thriving. That was pretty good. I wrote that last night. But I didn't really have anything else to say, but thank you very much. Enjoy the couple of days that you're here.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. And yes, we want to be thriving in our communities. Now, just before we go on, I have to let you know that you should turn off your cell phones, and I didn't. So I'm going to do that. Thank you, Sarah. All right, now I believe we have, Kate, video greetings from our elected officials. We can roll those anytime.
Hello everyone, welcome to Waterloo for the 2022 Creative City Summit. My name is Bartis Chager and I'm the Member of Parliament for the riding of Waterloo. I might be a tad biased, but I cannot think of a better place to gather for the 20th anniversary of the CCNC than wonderful Waterloo. I want to both commend and congratulate all involved in making this possible. The agenda is impressive and I know you're going to have a fantabulous time. This year's theme, All In, New Pathways for Moving Forward, is what I've known Waterloo to always be. We're all in and we're always looking ahead. Waterloo is known as the innovation hub. In Waterloo, we believe in lifting each other up. We believe in doing better by being better. We embrace the diversity of cultures, of ideas, of skills that are found in Waterloo or who choose Waterloo. People from across the country and around the world come to Waterloo for our post-secondary institutions, yet they stay as Waterloo is an amazing place to live, work, and play. This vast talent pool, which our community embraces, fuels the entrepreneurial spirit that has become a magnet for technology companies. Waterloo has a healthy diversity of sectors, from academia and research to manufacturing and tech, to insurance and finance to arts and culture, all who contribute to the region's economic prosperity. Listen, I could go on, but you need to see it for yourself. While you're at the 2022 Creative City Summit, take some time to discover Waterloo. The city of Waterloo is one of 3 cities and 4 townships within the region of Waterloo. We are home to beautiful parks, conservation areas, museums, and galleries. We host numerous arts, culture, heritage, and music festivals all year round. We have theaters with world-class talent, restaurants with authentic cuisines from around the world, and did you know we're home to Ontario's first craft brewery? Clearly, I'm excited to have you in Waterloo. I want to thank you for all you do. Please know your efforts are both noticed and appreciated. I also want to thank you for taking your time to come to Waterloo to connect with sector colleagues, to share, learn, and grow together, as this is an essential part of developing culture in Canada. I wish you a wonderful Creative City Summit. Keep well and safe.
We just have the one? Yes, thank you. Also, I noticed that the Waterloo video almost came up there, and I think we should take a look at the beautiful Waterloo video that we didn't get to see, in advance at a summit, because yes, this is the 20th anniversary of the CCNC, but it is not yet our 20th summit because of COVID. So let's take a look at the video from Waterloo. We'll do that at lunchtime, I think. All right, that's great. So that was lovely greetings, and thank you very much to the Member of Parliament for MPP? Anyways, yes, MPP. Now it gives me great pleasure to introduce the President of the Creative City Network of Canada, Michael Tunney, who is the Manager of Cultural Planning at the City of Mississauga and has been my rock for the past year. Come on up, Michael.
Thank you, Kathleen. As Kathleen said, I'm with the City of Mississauga and Culture Team, and I'm proud to be your president of the Board of Directors. Maybe I'll just ask all the board members that are here today to stand up. And as you'll see, everyone on the board, as well as the organizing committee, has a red lanyard. So over the next 3 days, feel free to reach out to one of us, learn more about the board, and find out opportunities to become involved yourself. So I think on behalf of the board, we're just so excited to be here after sort of 3 long years, and just welcome to everyone and everyone joining virtually as well. This is really exciting. We've got such an amazing next 3 days ahead of us. As a proud graduate of University of Waterloo, back 16 years ago now, I'm just really excited to be back in town here and see how much the city has grown and thrived in that time. Seeing the LRT through the downtown, in Mississauga, we're building the same, so it's exciting to see how that's helped to transform, the downtown and arts and culture for the city. I just want to make note of a few thank yous for our sponsors. Obviously, the City of Waterloo, thank you so much, and also to the cities of Kitchener, City of Cambridge, and the region of Waterloo for your support. The City of Kingston, I want to thank for their sponsorship of the Public Art Year in Review. City of Moncton for sponsoring the discussion rooms, City of Toronto for hosting today's lunch, and Municipal World as our media sponsor. So I want to thank Bloom Public Art Display Structures as our network break sponsor, and Municipal Culture Planning, Inc. for sponsoring our Culture Planning Awards. So I want to thank you, Kathleen and Kate, as our our CCNC staff who tireless work over the last year to bring us today to where we are. And I know Conrad's going to speak about the organizing committee, so I don't want to take that from him. But just to keep it brief, thank you everyone for coming. It's so great to see many familiar faces and many new faces who, for many, this is their first summit, so that's really exciting. So thank you so much. We're going to have an amazing week. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. So yes, please do seek out those people who have red lanyards. Many of them are committee chairs, so if you have interest in getting more involved in CCNC, and you really should, because Kate and I, all we can do is kind of like provide like a space and a platform for you to do what you need to do, which is learn from each other. And that's really what it's all about, right? Is us trying to find those places and how you do that. So please get involved. It really is a lot of fun to be involved in this organization. Thank you very much, Michael. Next, I'd like to introduce you to Conrad Skarupa. Conrad is from the City of Toronto and has been acting as our summit chair for the Waterloo Creative City Summit. So a lot of work on his part, and thank you very much, Conrad. Come on up.
Good morning, everyone, and on behalf of the Summit Organizing Committee, I am honored and delighted to welcome you to the 2022 Creative City Network here in beautiful Waterloo, Ontario. We last met in Saskatoon almost 3 years ago, and so it's very nice to see that you all made it here today. The next 3 days will be filled with opportunities for you to learn, interact, and share with other dedicated local municipal cultural professionals across Canada. We can be rest assured that the City of Waterloo and its local partners have done a phenomenal job in programming this 18th summit, as this is the 20th anniversary of the Creative City Network of Canada. I know that the success of the summit depends ultimately on the many people that have worked with us to plan the summit. In particular, I would like to thank Kathleen Darby and Katie Littlejohn in the back there. Without your hard work and dedication, this would not be possible, so thank you very much. The next 3 days of programming will be filled with lots of opportunities to learn and develop your contacts, because let's face it, we do very similar things, just in different parts of the country. To our sponsors, once again, thank you for your support. And most importantly, to the local hosts from the city of Waterloo, Astero, Karagoropoulos, and Sonia Poveska. If I can have you stand, please, because let's just say that the Summit Organizing Committee has had 17 meetings, and I know those guys have had maybe 34 meetings to plan this program, so thank you very much. Your leadership and dedication is tremendous. To the Summit Organizing Committee, thank you for your guidance, insights, and hard work in organizing the summit. And if I can have the Organizing Committee please stand. First and foremost, first is Thea Marash from the City of St. John's. The City of St. John's will actually be hosting next year's summit in beautiful St. John's, Newfoundland. Miko Hoffman from the City of Vancouver. Miko's right over there. Thank you, Miko. Rachel Pennington from the City of Mississauga, right there in the back. And Mike O'Tooney from the City of Mississauga. Thank you. I encourage you to connect with others who are doing very much the same things, just in different parts of the country, and we look forward to connecting with you over the next little while over the summit. Thank you.
Thanks, Conrad. Yes, it has been a lot of work getting this all together. And so now I have a couple more things, and then we're going to take a short break. Can someone give me the time? I didn't bring my phone up. 8:53. Okay, we're good. We're just perfect timing. I just want to say right now a big thank you to a very important person for me, and that is Kate Littlejohn. Kate is amazing. I didn't even have to say it that I know that you would feel the same way, and all of the work that she's been doing for the summit and all of the messaging and everything. So if you have questions, please seek us out, seek Kate out, and thanks again, Kate. Great job. I have some announcements for you. These are the things that I'm going to be trying to get into your brains every so often. So these are the announcements. If you've requested a new badge, or you still need one, we are preparing them now, and we should have them ready for you at lunch. Please let the registration table know in the lobby if you need this, if you haven't already done so. Okay, next, we have a morning post-it each morning, and it's kind of asking you a question about how things are and what's going on in your communities or in your life work. So please, answer that question and put a post-it note up, and then we'll be sharing that throughout the week. If you haven't already registered for your P2P, but more importantly, P2P is important, but more importantly, your study tours. Okay, so study tours, in order to register for your study tour, you need to go into the app and then go into the study tours and then go into the sub-sessions and then choose the sub-session that you want to be on, because we have, particular treats that are coming, and we want you to all have one of those treats. So please do register for your study tours, like right now. And register for your P2P so the P2P presenters know how many to expect in their breakout rooms. So the study tours happen today at 3:15 and again tomorrow at 3:15. So please do that registration piece. Take photos. There's a photo contest. You can post photos to the app. Also, even in the virtual room, you can also take photos of yourself and post them to the app as well. So please do that, and there will be prizes. Apparently there's prizes, so that's awesome. I wanted to also just mention that tomorrow and Thursday, we have, in the schedule it says breakfast at 7:30, but that's only true for coffee. 7:30 is coffee, 8 o'clock is when they'll bring out the hot food. So you have a little extra time, okay? So you can network for a bit and then have breakfast. And then Michael already mentioned, or Michael already mentioned the red lanyard, so please seek us out. One last thing about the Whova app. So again, download it if you haven't already. There's also a leaderboard contest. So if the more you interact with the app, the more points you get. And then there will be a prize for the winner of the leaderboard on the app. All right, thank you very much. I think we're at around 9 o'clock. You've got 15 minutes before I introduce our first panel of the conference. Thank you very much. All right. Hello, everybody. I hope you've all had enough caffeine now. There'll be more soon. All right. So, yes, if you would take your seats, please. We're going to get started with our first program of the conference. So this is our panel, and this panel is called What Comes Next? The Impact of 2020 to 2022 on Cultural Service Portfolios. I think we all just want to not remember any of that, right? But anyways, this panel asks leaders from different portfolios how the past 2 years will translate into the next 2 years and beyond. Our moderator for this panel is Kelly Hill of Hill Strategies Research. For over 20 years, Hill Strategies has specialized in research related to Canada's arts and heritage sector. If you don't know Kelly, you need to get to know him. His quantitative and qualitative research has resulted in over 400 projects, giving him a unique perspective on the Canadian cultural landscape. In fact, he's worked with us on a project we're going to talk about a little bit later today. Recently, he created a subscription service that offers regular updates on culture data and with his analysis, so you should sign up. You can go to hillstrategies.com. Is that your Hill Strategies?
Statsinsights.ca is better.
Statsinsights.ca. And then you can get regular updates on culture data. Kelly will be joined on this panel by Teresa Byrne, Special Projects Manager with the City of Calgary, Iris Ninamani, who's the Chief Programming Officer at the Harbourfront Centre, and Coralie Olson, Managing Partner at Massive Art. It gives me great pleasure to welcome our panelists to share with you today. Over to you, Kelly.
Thank you very much, Kathleen. It's such a pleasure to be here with you. I am Kelly Hill, President of Hill Strategies Research, a company, arts research company that I founded 20 years and 4 days ago. So it was very nice of you to throw a little party for the 20th anniversary of Hill Strategies Research. I am a 50-something white man. My favorite color is bright, and so I am wearing a very multicolored, bright diamond-shaped shirt. We'll go with diamonds. Kind of checked shirt today, and I'm almost matching the background that we have in the hotel from the Creative City Network, which chose roughly the same colors that I'm wearing today. This session is really interesting in that we're going to be starting out by looking into the crystal balls. So I think we're going to transform the light fixtures here into crystal balls. And if you prefer, you could maybe see them as disco balls. That might be a bit more fun for you. But a lot of crystal ball looking of what comes next after the last extremely fun couple of years that we have had. So before we get into the topic itself, Kathleen has been so kind as to provide an introduction of me, and I will just ask my co-panelists here to introduce themselves. So Iris.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Iris Ninamani, and I'm the Chief Programming Officer at Harbourfront Centre, which is located in the city of Toronto, along the central waterfront of Toronto. I am a 50-odd, would you say 50-odd? 50-something Caucasian woman with my brown hair that is sprinkling with some gray. That's all well-earned, I will say, and that I embrace. I'm wearing a black blazer and black and white pants today, and I'm delighted to be here to be talking about the future, finally, together in person. And I'm now wearing these glasses to be able to read, so that's a sign of my age. Over to you.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. My name is Teresa Byrne. I am from the city of Calgary, where I am an arts and culture strategist, currently focusing my work on the development and delivery of an eventful city strategy. I am a Caucasian, early 50s gal with, I like to call it Arctic white hair, and wearing a white top and black pants. And I'm very excited to be a part of this conversation today with all of you in person and online. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Coralie Olson, Managing Partner of Massive Art. I didn't realize we were exposing our ages today.
Optional.
But a Caucasian woman with blonde hair, mid-40s, a light blue blouse, red pants, and also delighted to be here today and to be speaking on the panel and having this conversation.
Well, thank you, everybody. We're gonna try to narrow this down a little bit, because what comes next after the last couple of years is such a huge topic. So we actually did have a pre-meeting to prepare ourselves, and we decided on a couple of topics that we'll talk about. We will leave time at the end for question and answers, interactions, discussion with you. There's going to be a microphone. There is a microphone. I forget where the microphone is for the questions is going to be or is, but we will figure that out in the next half an hour by the time we're done having a little chat up here. One of the reasons I enjoy being an analyst in the creative sector there's many reasons, but one of them is that risk is really important in the sector, even though we don't always recognize that. Creative risk-taking is the core of the creative sector. There's risk in deciding to be a visual artist, a risk in putting on a theater production, a risk of commissioning a new work of public art. There's a huge risk in collecting works for a museum, possibly forever. So over the last 2.5 years, the risk factors have been extremely high in the sector. Right now, there's huge risk in terms of audience levels, staff levels, and beyond. So this afternoon, I'm going to share some stories of artists and cultural workers who have taken substantial risks during the pandemic, sometimes just to keep going, to keep producing, to keep connecting with people in their communities. For me, some key questions for local cultural portfolios revolve around risk. So how are local governments, as key supporters of the sectors, willing and able to recognize and acknowledge the risks being taken? How can you share in the creative risk-taking? In other words, how flexible can you be in supporting creative risk-taking given the constraints that we know you all face? So my first questions to my fellow panelists are, how have you seen the risk factors change in the cultural sector? And what do you see happening, or would you like to see happening in municipal culture portfolios? And Iris had the misfortune of sitting next to me, so I'm going to call on Iris first.
Great. Thank you. I think back to 2020 and March 2020 when we asked all of our staff to go home. And then we closed our building. Harbourfront Centre is a 10-acre site with many different venues. We self-produce, we present work, we have art galleries, we have artistic artists and residents who actually do work on site in creative craft studios. It is their livelihood in that space. And we had to tell everyone that, you cannot come into work, and we need to, really, the only people that went to work was security, was site security and our grounds crews to keep the site safe and clean and supported, because we still have lots of community who live on the streets, who need a space to be, and just our community around us we're going outside. We were allowed to go outside for little bits of time, taking you back a little bit to that. The risks, when I think about risk, a big piece for us was around how do we ensure that the cultural community is still standing when we get out of this? That was a big question that we talked about with our funders, particularly with Canadian Heritage, who is a major funder for us. Looking down the road, like what is going to happen? So many of our colleagues were unable to work, didn't know when they were going to work again. Not just the artists, but as we know, all of our event planners, our producers, our stage managers, our technicians, nobody had work. And so they realized how precarious a sector we live in during this pandemic. And so one of the big decisions that we made was because we are a larger institution and there are many smaller partners within the city of Toronto specifically. And so I called lots of my colleagues and I said, what do you need? Like, how do we make sure that we're going to survive, to be there standing on the other side? And so instead of just keeping the funding for ourselves, which was an important piece to keep our staff working, but we started investing actually in our colleagues, which is not something that usually cultural institutions do. Like, I called up various theater companies and I said, do you have a project that you're working on that you can keep your staff working? Can I help you? That was a risk, right? Like a risk for us to take, but we really needed to make sure that our colleagues, that the entire sector was still standing today. And many of them are. Now, not just because of Harbourfront, but because of, I think, the biggest risk, the learning that we've all, as cities, like I think about a lot of work that we did with the City of Toronto, but it's around partnerships and collaborations, right? Like, I've got a little bit of money, you've got a little bit of money, and how do we make sure that we are all still doing this work? We are all in this industry, I think, because we believe that well-being of a society is like arts and culture is critical to that. You know, we want to make, as the mayor said, this place fun, a place where we all want to be, our cities, the place that we work. So how do we ensure that? So that's the, for us, that risk-taking was really around collaborations and partnering with people we don't usually think about partnering with.
How did you decide who to partner with and who to talk to in that situation? Who to collaborate with is what I'm thinking of. Like, how did these collaborations come together is what I'm trying to get at.
Well, for us, so Harbourfront Centre is a home for, we have many arts partners, both self-producing, but arts partners who come and use our site. So I just started calling all of them and said, what do you need? And at first the answer was, well, you know, you could help me promote my digital live stream. So actually what we did is we went out and we bought live stream equipment. And we sort of put a notice out to the community and said, we have this equipment, I have venues, they are shut. But at a certain point, they're gonna let us open with really small groups. So come use the equipment. So that was one way to support. And the other way was that, you know, they said, can you promote it? And I said, no, really, what do you need? And they said, money. And I said, yeah. So let me take some of my money and give it to you to make work. Because, and maybe that work will see the light of day back at Harbourfront, maybe to be somewhere else, but at least we're making work and we're keeping artists working.
Cool. One last follow-up. Where did that money come from? Like, you had excess budget in some way, shape, or form to be able to share that, or you made an excess budget? Your expenses went down because you weren't presenting live works, obviously,
right.
At Harbourfront. So is that kind of where the money came from?
The money came from, first of all, so we get funding from Canadian Heritage, Canada Council, the Ontario Arts Council, and the City of Toronto. So we get some operational money because we are a 10-acre site and we are the stewards of that site. So we do shovel the snow and clean the garbage and secure the site on behalf of as stewards of the place. That was still happening. The federal government, as we know, we had wage subsidies, so that allowed us to keep our staff on staff, our full-time staff rather. But I spoke to each of our funders and I said, I can't present live work. We can't present live work, and can we do this instead? And each of the funders said, yes, do it. So we did it. So I think the big piece is about asking, right? Like, it's not traditional ways of working. It's not that I have excess money, but I had money, and I wasn't, you know. And it's also less competition and more that we need to actually work as a community, right? Like, we are all in this together, and whether or not I had, you know, if I could give it to Obsidian Theatre, who was creating this incredible project, 21 Black Futures, and they needed support to make it happen. So it was like, okay, let me give you some support. And in fact, from that support, they could then, as we all know, when we bring in one partner, then you can go to the next partner and say, I have this person, you know, Kelly's with me. So, and then you go, okay, well, I want to be part of that as well. And so it allowed for more different ways of thinking of people funding. That's a risk.
Would anybody else like to ask a follow-up or comment on that, or shall we just move on? You're good?
Yeah. I'm
Teresa?
in agreement with everything you're saying.
Yeah, sounds good. Way to go. Teresa.
Thank you. So I remember that day in March as well, when the world seemed to have gone dark, and talking to colleagues and friends and not knowing what the future was going to hold, and figuring out quickly what we needed to do to shift gears to sort of help our industry survive. Because at that point, we didn't know how long things would be closed, what the impact was going to be. And then as time went by, we found new ways to engage, to connect, to rethink, and find ways to bring some light of hope and take that opportunity to reinvest and to rethink about what it is that we wanted to be and how we wanted to thrive going forward. So as we look at, you know, some of those risks that have, as now that we're back and up and running, it's been an interesting transition of jogging memories, trying to remember, how did we do this before? You know, where did we pull all this together? And who was involved? And we're starting to see some trends that are starting to build up over this past season, this past year, of getting back to business. When we look at our staffing and our resourcing for festivals and events, primarily, the challenges, and I mean, this, of course, carries across other sectors as well, but looking to where are we clarifying those requirements and the responsibilities to deliver those events with clear applications to be able to muddle through some of the fog so that people understand, right, this is how we did it, this is how we can continue to do it, and what can we do to do that better? What information is required to be able to make that easier or sense? And looking at how, going forward, we're identifying those roles and responsibilities. Because at the end of the day, what we discovered is that when we reached out, there was others that were reaching out to us as well. And we started those conversations, and we started recognizing that overall, there's a need for shared responsibility across the board, that everybody has a functional role to play. And so what can we do to start looking at different ways of running our business? How do we, as municipal workers who are supporting the industries and supporting the sectors, kind of shift from being what was perceived as perhaps maybe a gatekeeper in the past, where we're managing the liability and all of the requirements from a government standpoint, to where do we start looking at how do we start coaching and how do we start utilizing the resources and the collective knowledge that we keep to help support further. And then looking at where we're, with the volume of events and our limited staff resources, knowing that there are going to be some give and take so that we're able to provide and to deliver in a very substantial way, in a supportive way. Within those reviews of the existing practices, it's important to determine, what those city service levels are going forward. We may have had some standards that were set in the past, but it might be some time to take a look at what those standards were and why they were put in place and what we need to rethink going forward, whether it's our policing, our waste and recycling programs, other options, how we determine how those are actually being set and how we then turn around and support those. We know that there are gaps, and so how do we look at those gaps that exist and look at those options internally and externally to provide some adequate supports, either through our preferred vendors or baseline requirements to operate based on industry standards and procurement rules. So ways that we can be working internally to discover and find ways to support externally, and again, come together in a more collective and supportive way. We also know that budget was a big thing. We've been using budgets in particular ways over the years. So it's important that we're starting to look at reviewing those existing funding models, rethinking our existing programs to understand, where the money is needed most. Coordinating with partners and other orders of government so that we are collectively looking at where are those gaps and where are those challenges. For years, we in Calgary, we've had a subsidy program to support our festivals and events, but that money went primarily to support city services because we didn't want that we're going to give you this money, but then we're going to give you a city bill. So basically, both hands. We wanted to just cover those pieces. But now we're recognizing that maybe the city services aren't all that they need. So how can we rethink some of that money to support the other areas that they're needing to be able to survive and thrive in the future? Another trend we're starting to see too is those audience behaviors. We've always had those traditional concerns of, will they come? Who's coming? When are they coming? And how are they going to leave? Because there's all those pieces within there. But now we're having to think a little bit differently. We're planning with what available resources we have. Can we actually still accommodate those volumes of people and the feelings that they're bringing with them? Sure, we've just come out of a pandemic. Some say we're in the endemic stage now, but there's still a lot of anxiety that a lot of people are carrying, and so we have to be respectful and responsible for those individuals because we want them to feel a part of those social connections that we're creating and those moments for people to come together and create memories and carry those forward as ways that we keep our cities thriving and vibrant. But at the same time, we have people who have been locked in for 2 years, and so they're coming out with wild abandonment, and suddenly behavior is kind of out the window. And so it's how are we shifting our gears to also try and manage and support those pieces and looking at the resources. And we're finding that our event planners, they're not planning badly, they're just lacking some of those extra supports that they also need to be able to help shift and address and tie into some of those requirements. And then with those expectations too, the dynamics. We've also got people that have saved some money and now they want that VIP experience. But how can we meet some of those expectations and manage those and support with our industry partners who are providing those opportunities for various peoples, and managing to support. But in the end, what can we do best? We can connect. When things locked down, I reached out to my colleague in Toronto and I said, okay, we're grasping here. We're looking at these provincial orders. We're not quite sure how to decipher them. What are you doing? We had those conversations, and then we started a big cities conversation, and we brought in our colleagues from across the country. And in my many years with the city, that was the very first time that we actually had that strong collective conversation. And with that, we started to recognize what can we do to support each other? What are the best practices that we can pull out of this? What can we do as colleagues come up with some solutions so that we can bring that back to our own communities and help our artists and our organizers to be able to survive through this and get us to that next phase. So at the end of the day, it's not just about working in the business anymore, it's taking that time and that responsibility to work on the business, which is why we've dedicated our time to work on a strategy, on developing ourselves as an eventful city. I mean, it's a little difficult running a strategy during a pandemic, but maybe it was the best time because we could actually have some focused attention. But at the same time, it really it shook our foundations to really think about what do we need to do to be importantly thriving for the future, and having those important conversations with colleagues, with industry, to really dig into what the root of the causes are, what the issues are, and what can we do better to get through this and to get better on the other end.
Thanks, Teresa. With the renewed focus, let's say, on collaborations, on coaching, on working together, have you seen or do you anticipate kind of changes in the structure of the municipal cultural department or the city staffing? Or could you look into a crystal ball and say, we might need to reinforce our strengths in different areas in the future? Can you comment on that at least?
Well, we've had the great fortune in the city of Calgary. Fortune is always an interesting word. We went through a major reorganization. It was a huge shakeup, which was timely in its way. And with that, there was a recognition of a new council that was put in place, who put in their new priorities. And they took a lead stand, and they recognized the importance of arts and culture, the importance of the vibrancy that it brings to a municipality. And so they built into their priorities hosting and arts and culture, and it's riddled throughout their directives, which gave then our cultural division that opportunity to really find some strength and to grow and develop. And with that, then we've developed a cultural planning portfolio. And that really speaks to the need to be working on the business, not just in the business, so that you have dedicated individuals who are then looking at what it is that you can be doing. Because for many years, I've worked in the operations side, and with that, every day you have the planning on the side of your desk. You are dealing with the fires that are in front of you and the issues that you're trying to manage. And so being able to ensure that you have that focused dedication to support the work on the business, to build those relationships, to make those connections, and to take the time to have those opportunities to work with your partners. Partners are such a key part to all the work that we do, whether they be within your municipality, whether they be within your arm's reach organizations, and it is to the sectors and the industries that we serve, that we're creating those relationships and finding those key partnerships to be able to thrive.
So I'm hearing a lot of risk mitigation through partnerships so far. Excellent. Any other follow-ups for Teresa, or no, we're good? Coralie?
Great. Thank you. So when I was thinking about this topic, it's funny because I think Iris and I met actually for the first time like a week before things were shutting down, and said, should we shake hands? We're not sure if we should shake hands anymore. And then I got on an airplane, and then the world shut down. But at first, it did seem like everything came to a screeching halt, and it was really scary. And then really quickly for us, because we produce placemaking and public art, both in the private and public realm, that it shifted really, really quick, and we actually had never been busier and really fast. And so when you think about risk, we were getting a lot of calls from municipalities to act quickly, to what can we create from a temporary perspective. And I think when we think about public art, there's this notion of permanent public art and the idea of monuments and long-lasting, and it's a long process, and 50 to 100 years, and we forget about ephemeral opportunities and temporary art, and what does that look like, and we needed to act really quickly. And so what we've started to see as we look forward and into the future, this shift of the importance of temporary art outside of festivals, outside of permanent art, but what does that look like? And when you think about risk, that's where you can take risks. It is just temporary, and I think when you think about art and culture and what artists have to say, you want to be provocative, you want to have these difficult conversations, and maybe in a permanent situation, it is a little bit safe and you can't take those risks. So I think that's a lot of the conversations that we're having right now is the importance of temporary programming, continuous temporary programming. And then I really agree with what both of you were saying in terms of new collaborations. When you think about, again, permanent art, there's certain mediums that work, there's certain artists that I think tend to think that they can sort of work in that caliber. And then if I think about, inclusivity and accessibility, it really, you're missing a lot of opportunities. And so when you can have mentorships or have different collaborations to support these artists to maybe think differently of, if it's an artist that's maybe only worked in a gallery space, automatically you think they can't work in the public realm. But with these collaborations and supportive teams, and it's not only artists that were affected, it was fabricators and all of the different workers in the whole sector, but really supporting these artists to get outside and to think differently in the public space. And so I think that's a risk worth taking in the future. And then how do you alleviate that risk? Again, what we've been seeing is piloting and prototyping. You can really work quickly. You can understand what the community wants. How is the community engaging with the public art? First, it's obviously important to co-create, to ask them what they want, to think about how the space is being used, to think about how the community is going to interact with it. And the way to do that is you can, do the community research, understand, and then pilot, prototype, and then when you move into more of a permanent state, you have alleviated some of that risk because you really understand, what works and what doesn't work.
So in the pilot prototype cycle, if I want to put that word on it, is there something that you've seen from municipalities that are able to move that allows them to be able to move that forward? Is there something you'd like to see from municipalities in their planning? You talked about mentorships and collaborations and allowing artists to think differently a little bit. Is there something else that you'd like to see from them, or that you do see from them, the ones that might be partnering with you and are successful in moving those kinds of projects forward?
Yeah, I think it's a bit of both. I think we've been really successful in some of these public projects in really the piloting and the prototyping, and also the community research and engagement, because I think when you're so, inside the space, you think about it as one thing, but when you really start to ask people what they want to see and how they use it, it can start to inform what you're going to do. And so I think it's really about thinking again more about focus and funding on it doesn't have to just be permanent. It can be temporary, and I think that's where you can have take some risks, some calculated risks, I think, because that's what art and culture are supposed to do, is really provoke and have these conversations.
Any other follow-ups, comments? Iris?
I was just going to add to that in terms of just thinking about municipalities and risk tied to public art, temporary public art. I know that's a big conversation. It's interesting how much louder that or more interested. The BIAs are interested in it, cities are interested in it. It's lots of, I've been to a number of, interestingly, in the past couple of weeks, different groupings, gatherings of people to talk about public art and temporary public art and how do we work together with the BIDs in the US, which are business improvement districts, they call them, as opposed to BIAs, and different partnerships that I never thought about with temporary public art. And I think the last few years have shown us, because we couldn't be inside, like we could be, but we could be outside, and we still need to gather. We want to have shared experiences, and so I think public art has become even more important to the fabric of a city or of a neighborhood. And I think that's where the risk, like to think about not your necessarily the traditional places of the city square is where that place should be, or like that public art can happen anywhere, particularly temporary public art. And this idea of also sharing, you know, what we did at Harborfront Center, because nobody could go inside, is I then thought, okay, well, I have this outdoor canvas, right? I have buildings, I have walls, and I have windows, and so we sort of just took them over and, you know, invited photographers to put up big, large installations on the walls. We had, you know, projections on bricks. We did all sorts of things because people are walking around, right? Like as with their friends, with their families, walking their dog. Everybody's got a dog now. Everybody's got to walk it. So there's stuff to do, right? So I think that's one of the, like in the future, that's a big piece, I think, for municipalities is where does public art sit? Where does temporary public art sit? And the opportunity to take risks in because it's temporary, that you can try new things, right? Like, and whether or not it's painting the street, I saw a little bit of, is it Princess Street here in Waterloo? That there was some painting on the street, like that you can take that over, create pedestrian-friendly little environments for short periods of time. It doesn't have to be a forever, but to really enhance the experience, the wellness of a community. Right, to invite people down to come and interact. I think that's one of the big pieces of risk.
Yeah, and to add to that, I agree. We're seeing that more. It's getting spread out. You know, I think traditionally you think about the core of the city, or, you know, the financial district where all of the public art pops up, but where people are really spending time, and we saw that during the last few years, it's to your point, in your neighborhood, in your local park, in your local spaces. And so we're seeing it, you know, a move towards, again, getting outside of the core into these, into the spaces that are more neighborhood focused. And a lot of, you know, questions that we get asked as well, or, you know, focuses, well, we want to work with a hyper local artist, as in we need to work with an artist from this neighborhood, which is amazing. It also can have challenges in terms of sometimes maybe capabilities, and that's where I think the mentorship thing comes in really important. And also, and I know we're going to talk about sustainability later, so I won't get into that, but a sustainable approach in terms of the skills. And so, you know, working with maybe local arts organizations or younger artists that, you know, haven't worked in the public realm, but to support them with, you know, production experience to help them produce maybe new works in the public space. And then you are, you know, then training these artists, and you can start to really work on a sustainable approach in different neighborhoods, you know, across the municipalities. And so we've seen a real focus both with municipalities, we work with BIDs and BIAs as well, and then also in the collaboration in the private space as well.
And just to add to that as well, when we look at the festivals and events, we always think traditionally it is our town squares, it's our major parks, it's those large spaces that we want to put our energy in to create these big gatherings. But what we heard resoundingly is that people want more activity where they live, which helps support our mobility, which helps support that connectivity within a community perspective. And so it is looking at, you know, how do you start to pepper those activities throughout your city, but finding the right spaces for the right events and activities, and how to support those differently, so that we call it, you know, sharing the love across your municipality, and not just in those key locations, but knowing that certain things have to go in those large spaces and other things can be shared throughout.
This is not just a pandemic panel, so we're going to shift gears a little bit. Post-pandemic, potentially post-pandemic panel. Yeah, that could be it. The 4 Ps. We wanted to talk. We've got another topic on hand, as Corley mentioned. The shared experience we've had over many years, but certainly over the past couple of years, of a warming planet through climate change. So we wanted to talk about environmental sustainability and what that might mean for all of us. There's so many elements of sustainability as a word to think about in the cultural sector, the materials you might use to create and present works, what happens to them afterwards, the ways in which you do your work, the suppliers and venues that you choose to work with. So my question on this for my fellow panelists is, and I'm going to warn Coralie that I'm going to start at her side, is what might the climate crisis and the movement toward environmental sustainability mean for cultural service portfolios?
Sure. That's a great question and a loaded topic, but I mean, obviously there's the obvious, which is the materials that are used with, that's a given. I think there's an opportunity for, not only how the art is made, but it also in the content and the different artists that you're working with to, raise awareness of an issue. And we know that art is the perfect place to have, again, these conversations or to have these conversations and raise this awareness. We're seeing a shift definitely towards understanding the life cycle. So I was talking about temporary art earlier. Of course, the downside of that is sustainability. And so what happens to these pieces after? And so, of course, it's more expensive because you need to create them to last longer. There's more research and development at the beginning, and often we're working under tight timelines and budget constraints. So, but I think it's really important to think about it at the beginning and not an afterthought of what's going to happen to these physical art pieces that are being created. And it's often not thought of. It's just we want to commission a piece, and then we have this moment. This piece needs to fit into our programming. It needs to fit into our schedule. We need to go find it, and then we don't care what happens after. You dismantle it, whatever. But really, at the very beginning stages, having those conversations and thinking about what is the life cycle? Where can this have a second home or maybe a more permanent home, or that it needs to be designed and thought of in the first place to be more sustainable or to be shared? Again, I know that then that when we're shipping things around, that also doesn't help from a climate perspective. But I think there's opportunities to have to take a piece that's temporary and put it in different places. Maybe someone's experienced it in one space, but there's an opportunity to move it around. I think that's a great conversation to have, and we're seeing a lot more of the projects that we're working on asking those questions at the beginning of it, putting the investment in at the beginning of it, and understanding the life cycle and where it can go after. And I think just having more resources to share amongst ourselves. If something maybe was, up temporarily in Toronto, why couldn't it go to Ottawa or to Waterloo or, in the local area? So I think there's more opportunities for pieces to have I don't know what that looks like. I don't know how that communication happens between all of you or between all of us, but I think that's an important question to think about and to start,
So would it be fair to say that you would like to see that written into, say, calls for public art proposals from municipalities that think about, okay, not just we need this to fit into our public art framework, but how does this piece fit how does environmental sustainability fit into this, and what happens to it afterwards if it is a built thing?
Exactly. And I think that's, there's a shared resource, there's a shared cost. And so I think it's an effective way to think about it if we work together to share these pieces.
Thank you. Teresa?
So when I was thinking about this question, realizing it's taken us a long time to get where we are, and it's going to take time to get out of where we're at in terms of the whole impact with the climate and such. And so I started thinking about, starting in my own local municipality and government, and what are those priorities? Just our mayor, when she first came in, made a declaration that we're in a climate emergency. And so now it's thinking about what are those actions and expected resources that are going to be available for us to respond to that type of a directive. And as things start shifting and moving, what are those unintended consequences that are going to come by actions that are taken? And so how are we thoughtfully going into these ideas of change and then ensuring that we're not leaving anybody behind, but also blazing that trail forward so that we are being respectful and supportive in the things that we need to get done. Part of that starts by looking like locally, what is available, what resources are there, what waste and recycling services are in place, what are they putting in. I know right now there's a conversation happening back home around removing single-use plastics from being available in our municipality. So it's those types of actions, but then what do we replace those with, and what does that look like? Are we creating a solution, or are we just creating another problem? If we don't have access to the types of resources that are necessary, and if they're cost prohibitive. If those eco-friendly supplies are not there, or there's going to cost more, or we have to ship them in all over the place, it's really trying to think collectively around what are those offsets that we're putting in place. And also, what are those alternative sources of sustainable energy? I know that in a lot of the work that we do, especially festivals, events, and now with the trend with EDM festivals still being a really big concept, they're getting bigger and larger in what they're doing. They've got these big audio systems, and then they put big video systems on top of that, and that's pulling a ton of energy. And so what are we doing to support those that are also then bringing in the food and beverage and the markets? Like, we're building little cities every time we put on a major event. And so how are we trying to find different ways to support those and find sustainability within those? And part of that is looking at what is available through your infrastructure. We work on a temporary basis for the most things that we do. And how can we start to shift that narrative a little bit? How can we look at the spaces that we have, build them to optimize them for their use, so that it's not only more sustainable for an organizer to come in because their costs are less because of the temporary infrastructure that's required, but then we also have the plug and play opportunities so that they have shore power instead of a generator that's spewing the diesel fumes out into the atmosphere, that they have the ability to not bring in, all these trucks with temporary infrastructure because it's already in place, and they can just bring in less because they need that to create the atmosphere and the experience that they are trying to do uniquely for themselves. But looking at what are those key baseline requirements that we can do to support them more directly and more effectively. And again, that will take time and capital budgets. And that cost to change with the existing budget concerns. It is working with our industry, with our academics, and other orders of government to develop those new and innovative ways to support. Looking at what are those sustainable energy sources. We know that some wind and solar power are good for certain elements of power sustainability, if it's running your box office or if it's running maybe some of your vendors, but we know that the stages need that shore power and other pieces. And so it's thinking about how can we do that creative interactiveness. This is a room full of creative people. I know there are creative solutions out there. The other big piece for us, really, and this is maybe one that we can be jumping on more quickly, is looking at that promotion of our mobility options. I did a survey years ago, half of our people coming to our Canada Day Festival drive. And that's a huge disappointment when we're in a city that has an LRT system, transit. We have the largest pathway system in North America. We have access to electric scooters. We have access to rentable bikes. We have taxis and Ubers. There are a range of mobility options, but why are our people still choosing to drive? So those are some of those questions that we need to look at, and how we can get people out of their cars, getting them into those alternate modes of transportation, and using tools to support them with intuitive access to information. We're great communicating to each other. How do we communicate better to the public so that they're also in on the gig and they understand what it is that's available to them and how they can be more effective? And then that we're really building in that idea of shared responsibility. Everybody has a role to play, and so how do we ensure that we've got that access to information so that everybody understands and can make those decisions to be and develop a better place?
I just have one quick follow-up to try to connect the dots for me on that one. Coming from a municipality that has officially declared a climate emergency, did that declaration in itself have specific implications and consequences and actions or funding, or is there like a planning process that went with that or that has come from that declaration that has affected the culture division?
Well, so that's what starts the conversation, is the declaration, and then the work is in motion now in terms of looking at what that looks at from the broader perspective. But when you're looking at from a municipal standpoint, it's not just the cultural division, it is the city as a whole. And of course, when you want to look at that, you want to look at the big pieces. And so that's where we need to be very consciously aware of what is being taken into consideration and how do we ensure that the Arts and Culture Division don't end up being one of those unintended consequences of actions and decisions that are occurring. And so working closely with our colleagues, keeping track of the work and the decisions that are being made and interject and make sure that we've got people at the table at the right times and places.
Okay. Thank you. Iris.
I have a lot of thoughts and supporting all the thoughts that you have shared, the ideas. I would say that we're living in my opinion, climate crisis, but climate emergency, we could say that. But we'll look around this room, do we feel like we're in an emergency? Not really. And I don't think most folks feel that on a daily basis. So how do we, because I'm thinking about who's in this room, you're all cities, municipalities who can really aid in it's all about multiple impressions, right? Like when we think about how do you change an idea, it's about multiple impressions, different ways in. So it's a responsibility I think that we all have to try and, it's in the way we work and it's in the work that you put on in the cities, tied to thinking about the environment, thinking about the climate crisis, thinking about the responsibility that we all have, whether or not and it's really about how do we make it easy for people to engage and participate. So to your point about infrastructure of transportation, right? Making, those rentable Bixie bikes or whatever it is in each municipality easy to access, right? Like how do you make it easy for somebody to leave their car at home? One of the things that I think is also important in the granting side and also just culturally with us is that there needs to be a line item in your budget that's called sustainability. And that's one for accessibility and one for sustainability. And what that means for us, so we are working on a very large initiative that's been happening over this whole year, postponed due to the pandemic. It's called Nordic Bridges, and it's a special relationship with the Nordic region. And it's a national initiative. And one of the things that we said was that we were going to be net carbon neutral. That's a huge statement. And if you think about what does that mean to be net carbon neutral? What that means is that every single artist that travels by plane, by train, we have a carbon offset against it. That's a lot of money out of our budget. It means that we can do less. But I think it's also important to do less and think about the responsibility that we have in what we're doing. It doesn't mean that it's diminished in the work that we're doing, but it's actually that we're thinking about the environment. And so we also, so all of our vendors at Harborfront are not allowed to use single-use plastics. They're not allowed. So you cannot, when you go to your food truck and pick up your utensils, they cannot be plastic, single-use plastic. You can say that. Maybe some of you probably do already. That you can't have single-use water bottles. So you can do that, but then how do you make it easy for somebody to get water? So to the infrastructure pieces, build water, fresh, taps for people to be able to fill their water bottles. It's about how do we make it easy for all of us to actually be better for our communities, right? And it is tied to the infrastructure piece. I made some other notes, yeah. Water, power, to your point, right? So how do we reduce the need for generators? We have lots of places in our cities, in our neighborhoods where it is sort of the de facto place where a festival happens, where gatherings happen. So how do you focus infrastructure there so you have shore power, where you can just tie into it and not have to bring in generators, where you have water, where you have all of these things that can really reduce. And because it really is, many people think what can I do? I'm just one person, but we can collectively do this if we sort of make that as the baseline. So when festivals are coming to you, to cities and asking for funding, I would say, where's your line for sustainability? What are you doing for that? Really, and to Coraline's point about, when we create temporary public art, sorry, I have a lot of thoughts on this issue, because I'm thinking a lot about it as we are building, or I am writing, to propose a more sustainable public art strategy within Harborfront and within the artists that we work with. But we really do need to create pipelines. We can, there's so many people in this room who are interested in public art, temporary public art, even artists, and Like, instead of one-hit wonders that I'm gonna have mine, you know, and it's gonna be here only, I need to work with, and we should be creating, like, it's a better legacy for the artist. The artist gets a broader audience of people who get to see their work, which is incredible. And we're not throwing it away after the first piece. You know, when we think about all of the, like, I think about Nuit Blanche, for instance. If any of you have been to Toronto for Nuit Blanche, it's one night. So then the next day, some of the works stay longer, but some of them don't have a home. So how do we find homes for them? I mean, and not everything needs to travel, and not every single piece, but I think we have to do better as a country and I know we are a vast country in the travel, like for something to go here and then go over to Calgary, that's far. I need to find partners on the way. We're all here, right? Like, we can build those partnerships, and I would encourage you to think more about that, building of those pipelines. Maybe there is already a way that you do that, but I want to speak to the person who programs Lumen, because I want to talk about some of that work coming to Toronto, to Harbourfront. Like, it's good, it's great work. So, that idea.
So
anyways.
a public art network of sorts
Yes.
that the performing arts might have with, you know, if there's folk festivals going on across the country.
Where
an
we share
artist
artists, for
might
sure. And we
be
do that
programmed at multiple ones.
in music, absolutely. Don't necessarily do it in public art, or not enough. Maybe we do, and I'm just not part of it. But I think we need to. And I would say that a number of our colleagues in the US, particularly at the border states, are interested in it too. And I think we can build on that. My thoughts.
So I do want to leave a little bit of time for a few questions, answers, comments from the crowd. The microphone is being walked around the back. So just raise your hand, I think, and the microphone will come to you if you've got a comment or a follow-up.
Hi there. My question about public art or temporary public art projects is, how do you deal with or prevent vandalism? It's been an issue. We had a temporary piece of public art in front of City Hall this summer, and within the first week it was vandalized twice. So what I did is I contacted our botanic garden, had it moved over there. So it was enjoyed there and protected there, but that's always an issue that you have to sort of deal with. It's always a risk. I'd just like to hear of what your experience is.
Yeah, that's a great question. I think in some cases there's not much you can do. I think we often find that there is a respect for it, but you're saying no. I think, you know, there's sort of anti-graffiti, you know, if it's a mural, for example, like finishing and stuff that you can use. Unfortunately, it's just a bit of resourcing, I think, to manage it and to monitor it and to fix it. But yeah, I think often we have found that there's a respect for it, and there's not as that much vandalism. But yeah, I don't know that I have a great answer.
Anybody else want to comment? Yeah.
We do a lot of 24-hour security
Yeah.
on pieces that are more, that we think may not survive vandalism. It's remarkable what people will do to a work. It's quite shocking at times. I think people behave better when there are more people around. So thinking about where it is it a place that is well lit? Is it a place that there are people usually walking around? Is a better place than others? But you can't stop it. Sometimes we speak to the artist about the material that they're using. Does it particular paint that's easier to clean off the graffiti? But some people just destroy. You know, we did I worked for the Pan Am Games in 2015, or leading up to 2015, and we did this beautiful project called Play Me, I'm Yours, and we put pianos, 42 pianos, all over the city of Toronto, and they were painted by artists from each of the countries, and it was a really beautiful, and lots of beautiful things happened, but lots of shitty things happened too. Like we would get calls where all of the hammers are ripped out, like just torn out. Like, why? Now nobody can use it. So I don't know if there's one answer on it.
I'm going to
Sadly.
move on to the next question if we...
Okay, hi. I'm Rachel. I'm a public art curator with the City of Mississauga. So we have an event, Light Up the Square, where we present existing digital-based works. So I'm with you on the pipeline idea of temporary works. One challenge that we have, and this might just be a Mississauga challenge, but maybe you have a solution. We face a lot of pushback from our council when it comes to presenting work that is the same as has been presented in Toronto. So how do we kind of change that attitude that it doesn't have to be brand new or specific to have impact? It's just is challenging to get that kind of buy-in if here we are trying to make ourselves a unique city, and then how do we not do the exact same thing as Toronto?
Have you tried the sustainability angle?
No, that
Because
could be.
that's, that's part of the conversation I think we're having, is that it's more sustainable to do that. So, especially if they've declared a climate emergency, I don't know if Mississauga has, but that, could say, well, you've said that this is important, and this is one of the ways in which we make that happen. That's my initial thought.
We do have an environmental coordinator who loves public art, so maybe the solution is going through her.
Does anybody else want to comment on the question or
I
respond?
think I have thoughts around that of the, so I know there are some folks that would like to have the first, the only, the premier, and not sharing, particularly Toronto and Mississauga are very close. But there's a lot of people in your community that do not commute in that way and don't necessarily come down to the city. And I think it's the sustainability angle, and I think it's the accessibility angle for the community, right? Like, it is not everyone who is commuting to that other city to see it. And so what about all other constituents who are living in the radius of wherever you're putting that art? It is for them. And it's better for the artist. There's another one, right? Like, it's better for the artist. They have multiple plays. So it's yet more work for the artist. It's better for the constituents living in that neighborhood. And in terms of sustainability and the environment, it's a win. I think those three might help, maybe.
Yeah, that's a great point, because it is about accessibility and inclusion.
Yeah.
Because we want your residents to be able to have those opportunities as broadly and as many times as possible. And the expectation that they have to leave your municipality to go experience these things takes away that ability for you to keep them within your space and open up those opportunities for a broader public space.
Thank you. I think maybe we have time for one last question that we'll squeeze in, so I hope it's a good one.
Okay.
No pressure.
And if
No
it is
pressure.
not, you bear with me. Alejandro from the city of Saskatoon. I have two questions, and it's regarding sustainability, but it's also about the creative process of commissioning work that is site-specific. When we talk about involving community and take it out of the downtown areas and bringing it to the neighborhood, how could that art, how can we justify that it's sustainable when it is site-specific for that community, and then moving it to another location perhaps doesn't have the same impact? That's the one. And the other one, we talk about sustainability, but then we're looking for other places to show this work. This work have a cost and an impact economic, and moving the art, unless it's digital, that it can be transferred in a platform that it is unique, and we saw that during COVID to make it accessible to people. So there's those two counter issues when we talk about sustainability and site-specific work. Thank you.
So I missed the first part of the question.
It was about sustainability when they're site-specific, and then we talk about sustainability, and then we're talking how can they relate to other communities when it's site-specific and work with the communities outside of the neighborhood.
How can you travel reuse a work that is site-specific, because it's site-specific?
Right.
So that was a conflict that I saw when we were talking, that we want to just transfer that work to another community. If it is site-specific and you did research in that community, there's value for that community with those local artists within that community. How could that transfer to another community that have nothing to do with the issues of that community?
In 30 seconds or less.
Maybe we should talk. It's complicated. I think that comes into maybe the initial planning of it, right? So I think a little bit of taking that into consideration so that it's maybe not just so site-specific for that community, but is there a broader view of it, maybe in the planning stages of it, if you do want it to move after, so it comes into the initial planning of the piece. But yes, I agree, there is the tension there between the two.
And there may be other communities that have enough similarities, or the River Valley that might be similar to the South Sask, or whatever it might be, so.
What a great opportunity to share the story of that community with a broader audience across different jurisdictions. So then it might take a little more planning in terms of not just plopping a piece in because it doesn't have that same intention or meaning, but then how do you ensure that the story is connected to it, so then people now have a broader understanding of where it came from. And that, for me, is always important. That's why we do cultural events, is because it gives us that opportunity to share our intercultural values.
But it's also that pieces of art that are temporary usually are more vulnerable to breaking and things like that in the traveling. So
Yeah.
If we're talking about sustainable materials and recycling and the cost of producing it, there's a conflict there, and I see it because I work with this all the time. And I have the same questions.
Yeah, there's a balancing act of multiple factors.
Absolutely.
But if all else fails, you could just send it to Mississauga because it didn't originate in Toronto.
Yeah, exactly, as long as it comes to Toronto.
Didn't start in Toronto, you're good.
Thank you very much to our panel. Thank you, everybody, for your wonderful insight. There's lots of opportunities to talk about public art throughout the conference, and I will encourage you to get in touch with each other around some of these questions and comments and how we can be more sustainable. It occurred to me while I was listening to the conversation here that, festivals and events is something that I've been doing for a long time too, and these music festivals where they have like plate programs but that requires dishwashing, and other kinds of sustainable programs like water right on site. Bring your water bottle, like we've asked all of you to do this time. So I want to thank Kelly Hill, Iris Namani, Teresa Borak, and Coralie Olson for being with us today. And we have gifts for each of you. So this is from the City of Waterloo and the Creative City Network of Canada. Thank you all very much, and we'll see you throughout the conference. So now we get to take a little bit of a break. But before you go, I have, of course, announcements. One is, have you got any buttons yet? If you haven't got any buttons, there are incredible buttons, all different kinds. I only have 3, but I think there's 9 or something of them. And they're on a bulletin board out there. So please choose the buttons so that you can find each other. So I have policy, festivals and events, and cultural programming, but there's also public art and a number of other ones. So that way you can kind of figure out who you need to talk to. So our network break goes until 10:45. And then after the network break, we're not coming back into this room. We will be going into our discussion rooms. So those discussion rooms, there are 3 of them, and they are in the breakout rooms down the hall here. Number 1 is or they don't have numbers. I mean, they just are like, not number 1, number 2, they just are what they are, but they're 3. So festival and events, the first room is the challenge of event planning in my municipality. The facilitators for that are Teresa Byrne from Calgary and Rebecca Cotter from Quinte West, and that will be in Grand River A. This is all in your app, which you should download, okay? Public art and placemaking is another discussion room, and that is in Grand River B, and that is facilitated by Joanne Duguay and Lindsay, but I didn't have a last name. Lindsay, are you here? Lindsay Corey, thank you. And that is in Grand River B. And then we have inclusion, diversity, equity, and access. The topic for public art is navigating placemaking, placekeeping, and space making. And then inclusion, diversity, equity, and access is in Laurel Creek, facilitated by Erin Moran from Abbotsford and other members of the IDEA committee. And that's how do we navigate bureaucratic systems to balance personal engagement and programming goals with Indigenous communities living within and nearby our borders. All right, so you won't come back to this room. You don't have to listen to me again. Go straight after the network break into your discussion rooms. Thanks very much.
Where's Greg?
I'm gonna embarrass him.
Oh, there he is.
Where?
He's still eating, I think.
Tell them not to take my plate away.
Yes, that's exactly what he looks like he's saying.
I don't have any notes for this, but that's okay. I know this project.
Well, yeah, you can ad-lib the project a little bit. How are you doing?
Yeah, because Kelly's gonna start. Yeah, and so I'm gonna say that you're here, and then so go, and I'll start, and then hopefully. Yeah, so. I know. Yeah. All right. I know some of you are still eating, and that's awesome. But we're going to start our lunch presentation now. How did you enjoy the discussion rooms this morning? How did that go? Went well? Okay, good. So this project that we're going to have a presentation about is a very special project because the Cultural Resilience Using Innovation to Stabilize in Times of Crisis project is a project that we conceived of at the Creative City Network of Canada when we were facing the beginning of the pandemic. And we thought, what can we do to figure out how this pandemic issue is actually unfolding within arts and cultural organizations across the country. I mean, we all know that lots and lots of things got shut down. So we said, what did organizations do, both performing arts organizations and visual arts organizations, and even, all kinds of organizations across the country? What did they do differently, or how did they do things in a more innovative way in order to survive the pandemic? And so we conceived of this idea. We went to the Department of Canadian Heritage and said, what do you think? They said, yes, you can do this. We think it's a great idea, but also add a professional development component to it. And so we started on this path of looking for a consultant or a consulting team to look at hundreds of organizations across the country and focus in on about 29 of them that used innovation and resilience to get through the pandemic, and in different kinds of ways. So, and particularly, which Kelly's going to talk about in a minute, particularly, how did you keep in contact with your audiences, and how did you maintain and I'm not going to say grow, but look at other revenue streams that may have not replaced the revenue streams that you had. So over a period of many months, Kelly Hill from Hill Strategies was hired with his team of 7 or 8 people, to interview in organizations across the country. And then we have a training component as well that has been developed and is being delivered by Greg Gagnon from the Culture Human Resources Council. So the thing about this project and why it's important to municipalities is actually the phase that's going to come. So we have phase 1, the study, phase 2, the professional development, and phase 3, which is sort of my job to do, which is to coalesce all of this information and create sort of some policy general guidelines that might be useful for municipalities, provinces, and the federal government even, to not really understand what was happening on the ground. And I just want to make this last point before I introduce Kelly and Greg to start their piece, and that is that what we've found is that it's at the municipal level. And one of our partners in this project is the Canadian Commission for UNESCO, and they believe that the Sustainable Development Goals are best served to be developed within cities. And that's why they're partnering with us on this project as well, amongst other projects, which we'll talk about a little bit tomorrow. So in the end, we will have this study that will really give you a big view of what was happening and how the creative sector was so creative during the pandemic. And you'll also have had the opportunity to either in person experience the training component. There will also be an online piece. So these two pieces are an understanding piece, a training piece for your local organizations and cities. There's lots of good stuff for cities in what Greg is presenting. And then the third piece, again, will be sort of a bit of a policy paper on the project itself. So I'm going to start with Kelly, who's going to talk about phase one, which was the study. And then I'm just going to let Kelly introduce Greg, who will talk about what he's doing right now. And in fact, Greg is right now booking places across the country, cities that will host this training for organizations in your community. So if you want to talk to him about that, I don't know how long you're here for, a little while after, a few hours. He's off doing all these things. Okay, Kelly, take it away. Thank you.
Thank you again, Kathleen. And I am, just in case there's anybody maybe tuning in virtually who cannot see me per se, I'm going to reintroduce myself. I am, although I am a half day older than when I was last on this podium, I am still a 50-something white man. And I am wearing, with a little bit of hair left still, not too much, and I am wearing a multicolored shirt, which I have added to for a little bit of visual change. I added a light blue blazer to that as well. So I'm going to start on slide number 2, which I want to thank the 4 project partners in this, the Creative City Network of Canada for really pulling this all together. So thank you, Kathleen, and your team. The UNESCO, Canadian Commission for UNESCO, the Cultural Human Resources Council as well, and Les Arts et la Ville, Francophone collaborators who worked on this project as well. And I am going to give you some snippets of what we found, but in 15 minutes, it's really going to be tiny little snippets, and there's a 125-ish page report behind it all. You can find it all at culturalresilience.ca, whether you want to download the full report and tackle it all at once, or if you want to look story by story, or the key findings, you want to get a reiteration of what I'm going to talk to you about today, the key findings. That's all available at culturalresilience.ca. So we're talking about innovation and resilience during the pandemic. The innovative practices did become sources of resilience for many artists and arts, culture, heritage organizations. They were able to connect with people either by doing new things or by doing kind of the old things but in new ways. And we took a reasonably broad approach to innovation. We didn't tell them what we thought kind of innovations exactly we wanted to look for, but we knew that it might not have been necessarily something that was brand new to the world, but it was something that was brand new to the organization. So those innovations could have taken organizations in interesting new directions, allowed them to pursue artistic opportunities, might have been a way for them to take the time to promote diverse voices, to work to combat racism, and in doing so, as much as possible, they limited staff layoffs. This was a little bit of a condition that we put on it. We didn't want to talk about, cutting expenses as being an innovative practice. So we shied away from that for sure. And as Kathleen mentioned, it's not all organizations that we talked to or artists increase their revenues per se, but some of them did find new revenue streams and some of them did increase their revenues. Innovation is a huge thing within the arts, culture, and heritage sector. And we didn't have these statistics a year ago when we embarked on this project, a year and a bit ago, actually, I think. But just recently, I pulled out these statistics from some statistics is the hardest word to say, and I'm going to say it 25 times, and I'm going to mess it up about 12 of those times. From Statistics Canada, they had some data on by sector, and sectors as they define them, on what percentage of organizations in different sectors of the economy had introduced some kind of innovation. And they defined innovation roughly the same way we did, that you either did new things or you did older things in new ways, but it was process or product innovation, as they called it. And what we found from this is that arts, heritage, and entertainment organizations actually have been innovation leaders in the Canadian economy in general since the start of the pandemic. You can see on the chart, the second bar from the top, arts, entertainment, and recreation, 37% of those organizations had introduced some form of innovation. And this is only the top half of the chart, so the average for the whole economy is actually at the bottom of the chart, but that is just the average. There are many industries below average on this, but you can see that the average for all industries was 24%. So when we compare that to 37% of arts, heritage, and entertainment organizations, there's way more arts, heritage, and entertainment organizations that have introduced some form of innovation. And I also find it somewhat interesting that the only sector that is a little bit higher is the one that includes the cultural industries. So the more for-profit side of the arts and culture, as well as software development and many other industries within the information technology. Onwards. Culturalresilience.ca, again, is the website. It was a major research effort. We put in a lot of work, and I do want to give props to my team of 7, including myself, who selected, research, and wrote all of these 29 stories. Andrew Singh from Vancouver, Blanche Israel from Halifax, JP Longboat from Ottawa, Margaret Lamb from Kitchener, Melanie Fernandez from Toronto, and Miriam Benzacourt-Durand from Montreal. And myself, I reside in Hamilton, Ontario, and I'm originally from Regina, Saskatchewan. So we tried to cover the country as much as we could. We also put out a call for submissions in a little survey that we did, and we got a list of over 200 innovations that had been, organizations that had done something in the culture and heritage sectors over the pandemic time. We really strived for a balanced story selection. We covered, in the 29 stories, we covered all 10 provinces and 2 territories. We covered all kinds of different communities, whether urban, suburban, rural, regional, Indigenous communities, many different disciplines within the arts, culture, and heritage, and various sizes of organizations, as well as individual artists. We covered younger, more established organizations, and really organizations that were led by diverse teams, whether that might be Indigenous, Black-led, 2S LGBTQIA+, led by women, official language minorities, organizations that specialize in working with people who are deaf, disabled, or live with difference. We had at least a selection of stories from all of these kinds of groups in the 29 stories that we did. On a regional basis, we collected 10 stories from the West. We researched and collected 10 stories from the West, Afros in the City in Calgary, a Renaissance Opera in Vancouver, Rice and Beans Theatre also in Vancouver, the Yukon Transportation Museum in Whitehorse. We also collected 19 stories from Ontario to the east and to the north as well, the Alienate Festival in Iqaluit, the Woodland Cultural Centre on Six Nations Reserve, Kieran Ambwani, an individual photographer in Montreal, Quebec, the Newfoundland Symphony Orchestra in St. John's. So we did really try to cover a broad swath of the Canadian geography. So today I'm going to present just the 12 key insights that we boiled down from the 29 stories that we've got, and I'm going to give you a tiny highlight from one individual who talked about one of these insights, and I think their quote is relevant towards it and could speak better than I could about the details of what we found and what we wrote in the report. So I would encourage you to look further into the report if you're interested in it, into our findings, but I'm just going to give you a quick overview of the 12 insights with a little bit of detail, a little bit of color from the individuals that we spoke to. Flexibility and adaptability are key in whether that's in funding and artistic output, through organizational changes, from staff and volunteers. The flexibility and adaptability came from multiple sources, but it was key in the process. Similarly, support was varied, but it was crucial. There was key supports that were given through funding sources, which were mixed. There was some government funding, and there was government funding pandemic-related specifically, but not all of the organizations and people we spoke to were government funded. There were some that found other sources of funding, for sure. One of the top line findings as well is that innovation works best when customized. So innovation in one place is maybe not ideal in another place. So it is context dependent. And Debbie Wong from Renaissance Opera in Vancouver said that in creating an interactive 360-degree experience, which is what they did, that's the opera that they produced, interactive and 360 degrees, we really have to be in tune with what we think audiences are going to do, or how we think they're going to engage with the piece, so that they don't get lost in an endless VR world. It was a virtual reality opera, that's VR. Or they don't get confused and bored and just quit. So they had agency in the story. So the composer had to compose in more bite-sized pieces that could be put together in multiple ways, as the story could unfold in various different ways for different people, because the people who were interacting with it could choose their path through the virtual reality opera. So that was a customized piece for them. That is obviously not going to work for everybody in all circumstances, but it was customized for them and it was really important. Everybody overcame challenges. We all know this. We have all overcome challenges through the pandemic. We categorize those as digital, organizational, financial challenges. We also found that small organizations and individuals can do mighty things. And we did want to really put our fingers on that and point that out in the reporting. That innovation, resilience can happen at any scale. It's not just about the larger organizations being better capable to adapt. I think that might be a bit of a myth, that some of the smaller organizations have been very flexible in many ways. We heard this morning in the other panel that I was up here, and in the two sessions that I went to this morning, we talked a lot about partnerships, and it was one of our key findings here as well. Partnerships helping to extend capacity and reach. Whether it's external organizations within the arts, culture, and heritage sector, or even outside. I've got a quote here from Emma Hendricks of Videopool in Winnipeg, who said that partnerships are so important. We don't do it alone, we do it with others. And that is really informative and difficult, because you have to be willing to be in a vulnerable space. You just spend the time and the effort to really think about how you take care of each other. And I thought that was a really interesting perspective on partnerships, and partnerships as taking care of each other and being in a vulnerable space, because you are opening yourself up. Further insights: equity bolstered resilience and resilience enhanced equity. That is what we found. So the two worked in tandem with each other and were mutually reinforcing. It could help focus organizations' goals, guide decision-making when the walls crumbled around us in March of 2020. Many organizations prioritized and connected with artists during the time. Whether or not that was through a public-facing activity, they found a way to connect with some really key stakeholders for them. If you're an arts organization, some of your most key stakeholders are going to be the artists you would work with. And that could be on a regional basis, on a discipline basis, whatever it might be. Organizations that prioritized and connected with artists tended to do well. And they jumped. Sometimes they just jumped. They didn't know their destination. They didn't necessarily know exactly what they were getting into, or they might have known what they were getting into, but not how they were going to do it. But they jumped anyways, and we found that incredibly powerful and incredibly moving for us. For example, Laila Mastari, an individual visual artist in Montreal, said, "You have to take risks. Instead of saying it's not possible to do things like we always have, you have to be bold and try things that have never been done before." The final three of the key insights that I wanted to talk about, some broader insights here about arts and culture and heritage organizations being important places of exchange. There are compelling histories, stories, issues, ideas in every community, and a lot of the organizations are able to bring those stories to the fore, bring those challenges to the fore, and shine a light on them and engage in dialogue about them. And that is true everywhere. Some of the organizations went so far, in our view, as to redefine the arts and heritage, redefine their discipline and how they're working within their discipline. I mentioned the virtual reality opera, that those of us who enjoy opera, that's not the way that we're normally going to experience opera. But it is a new way of looking at an opera, is doing it in a virtual reality world. Finally, some short-term innovations can lead to longer-term changes. So beyond getting artists and organizations through the pandemic, which we may or may not be sort of kind of done with now, there's also longer term implications, at least we hope in many cases. But some of the people we talked to spoke about some of the longer term implications. For example, Kat McCormick at the Eastern Front Theatre in Dartmouth, Nova Scotia. She said that it was ultimately uplifting and really inspirational, even for her. It has helped us look forward in a new way. So they made connections with local artists through a series of digital shorts, and that has helped them look forward in a new way and connect with people, their artists, in a new way. So those are the 12 innovations, the 12 key insights from the Innovation and Resilience Project. And I'm going to speak a little bit about my Hill Strategies innovations in the past couple of years. We lost some funding when the pandemic hit for the Statistical Insights on the Arts series. And then we found new funding, upfront funding, on a pilot project called Arts Insights Canada, which was not renewed for a second year. So then had to find another new funding source. And that new funding source is you. It's kind of a crowdsourced funding. The Statistical Insights on the Arts series is now funded via subscription. So it's $60 a year to have access to all of the posts. You can sign up for free at statsinsights.ca, and you will get occasional public posts, but some of them are behind a paywall, and if you subscribe, you would be able to access all of them. And frankly, I need more paid subscribers to make this innovation sustainable. I hope you agree that this type of information that we produce is valuable, and if I don't get enough subscribers, I'm going to have to find a new job. So I think we would all benefit from this, and we would benefit even more. Sorry, I'm going to give you an example of some of the information that we've provided. The Leaders in Innovation stats that I provided earlier were from a public post that is available on statsinsights.ca. You can go and access the full 4 or so page information on the website about that study and about all the charts that might be provided there. And that was a national analysis. I also started out this whole series in June looking at the job vacancy crisis in the arts with a question mark. Is there a job vacancy crisis in the arts? Because I'd heard a lot about that. The data tend to show that yes, there has been a job vacancy crisis in the arts. So I decided to try to find some data, and I found a data source, and I analyzed that. So that is publicly available. But there are also some posts that I think you might be interested in that are behind a paywall that you have to subscribe to have access to. For example, local arts and culture workforce trends. So today a post came out, and last Tuesday a post came out, and next Tuesday another post will come out because it is for 19 census metropolitan areas. So that doesn't fit easily into 4 or 5 pages, accessible on a website. So I've split it into parts. Some of the largest CMAs last week, this week, some mid-sized, less than 1 million population CMAs, Winnipeg, Halifax, Hamilton, our host communities at Kitchener, Waterloo, Cambridge, London, Quebec City on the CMA basis, and next week it'll be smaller municipalities, smaller census metropolitan areas, because that's the data that's available, such as Saskatoon, Victoria, Sherbrooke, St. Catharines, Windsor, St. John's. Another piece of information that is on the website that is behind a paywall through the subscription, whether arts and heritage organizations now consider themselves better or worse off than before the pandemic. And for that, I did a national analysis and a provincial analysis, because that's the data that was available. So I'm trying to provide as local of data as could be provided, but a lot of the data sets that I'm working with will go provincial and no further. So I wanted to pitch you on the custom research opportunities I'm talking about it here for a $750 subscription, which is called a sponsor shareable post, which is, as the title of it says, you could share all of the posts, even those that are behind a paywall, with all of your staff members, whether the council would be included, I think, in staff members in that case. So your internal organization could be shared. And then there would be a custom research post that would be available to all, but would be sponsored by you. And what might that be? That would be a free access post with your name and logo on it as a sponsor. It would provide municipal specific information. So if you're in London, it would be for London information. And in this year, the subscription's on a yearly basis. So for this season, and it's 12 months. So whenever you sign up, then from 12 months, your subscription would expire, but you would get a custom post during that time. And I think this year, one of the topics that might be top of mind and the data set is available for us, or will be available for us, is artists in your municipality. Or if you're more interested in the broader cultural workers, that's available as well. And I'm planning on a custom request from StatsCan data from the census of 2021 on artists and cultural workers in participating municipalities. So if you sign up, I will order this data for us all and be able to do some comparisons and a profile of artists in your community. And that profile would contain whatever breakdowns would be reliable by gender, education, age, for racialized artists, for Indigenous artists, in the individual artist occupations that make up what I'm calling artists here. So all of that would be available to you. So I hope you agree that it won't happen without you, and it would be a bargain for you to sign up, and I hope that many of you do. All you'd have to do is go to the website, sign up at the sponsor level. I will get your email and then communicate with you about how this would actually work. If you have any questions, I will be around all day, and I'm going to attend the opening tonight at the Clay and Glass Gallery as well. So to close my presentation today, I am going to just remind you 12 key insights from the study. I'd encourage you to visit culturalresilience.ca to find out more. And I just wanted to mention that as local representatives, you would certainly have seen some of these innovations in play in your communities. So that would be the discussion form of this, of what we're talking about today, is talking about all of those innovations that you've seen in your communities. But sadly, we don't have time for that today. So thank you very much for your time. My contact information is available there. Statsinsights.hillstrategies.com or statsinsights.ca, which is a website I just bought, actually, which forwards to this website, is where you can find all the latest information that I've got. And I am going to pass it over to Greg now from the Cultural Human Resources Council to talk a little bit about where they've gone with it in terms of professional development opportunities.
The acoustics here. I hadn't thought about the fact that some people might be tuning in. Thanks, Kelly, for bringing that up. So I will, I guess for those persons' benefit, I will say that I'm a white, mid-40s male, and despite pandemic restrictions being lifted, I'm in dire need of a new wardrobe and haircut. So I'll let people form their images about that. Thank you so much for having us. It's wonderful to share the stage with Kelly Hill today. CHRC is a registered national arts service organization that really has a mandate to strengthen the Canadian cultural workforce by providing leadership resources, tools, all that. And so when Kathleen Darby invited me to be part of this team to develop some professional development, it felt really right. It's been a lot of fun preparing this, and it's, I think, applicable to pretty much every facet of arts and culture. By the way, I really don't like PowerPoint, so I just move forward. I'm not sure who's controlling it.
It's over there.
Hi, okay. We can move to the, yes, thank you. So I won't go through what Kelly presented, but I will say, please pick up the book, the PDF. All of the stories are nice, short, well-written, concise reports. They would put a lot of Hallmark movies to shame. They're really good, feel-good stories that I think they're really worth reading. And it's not very intimidating because, you know, they're 2-3 pages each, so really easy to get through. But we started with the key themes as kind of a jumping point and tried to figure how we would look at the 200 submissions or over 200 submissions we received to be able to provide a blueprint for professional development. Not an easy task. So while he got the feel-good story, I'm looking at, you know, providing autopsies or how to do an autopsy. We'll move to the next, please. So phase 2, the goal is really to offer professional development. And in our beta launch in Ottawa, we were, I'll say, challenged by somebody who said, because we're looking at success stories, we're talking about success, but how do we define success in this case? It's not, oh, like as Kelly was saying, you know, I cut my payroll, so we kept going and, you know, kept our bottom line nice and healthy. No, we're looking at anybody who's able to continue delivering, producing cultural goods and services, and basically it's a survival. But how is that survival made? There are choices that need to be made. Somebody in the other room earlier, the public art discussion, and Kelly mentioned it as well, risk management. There is nothing that people could do without involving some form of risk, and that's one of the things we discuss in this workshop. It's a 3-hour workshop, but at the end of it, we hope that everybody's gained some stronger point of knowledge and has tools to address challenges that could happen in the future, because that's where we want to go with it. And we rely heavily on some sorry, we'll just go back. Sorry. This is my gesture, I think, for moving forward. I'm confusing you, sorry. This is why they don't let me on stage more too often. The PESTLE analysis that you may have heard of, the Profity framework is also very, very useful. McKinsey, I have to say this, McKinsey 7S, they haven't given us the rights to use that yet, so it's just there for information purposes. We're not actually using it. And all of this we've put to the backdrop, the blueprint of the business model canvas. Now, if you don't know all of these frameworks or all of these tools, within the 3-hour workshop, you will become masters of them. They're all very easy. You know, some people go off on yoga journeys. They go to India or whatnot for 3 or 4 years. They consult masters everywhere, and then they come back with this great self-enlightenment. I didn't do any of that. I just studied in university forever. So after 3 masters and a doctorate degree, I can boil everything you need down to these. Yes. So next slide, please. So the workshop itself, just very briefly, and I'm unpacking 3 hours of work in 15 minutes here, so sorry, being very fast. Part 1, we really look at the methodology, the process, and the questions we asked ourselves to be able to get to that kind of blueprint and that analysis and the synthesis so that we could look at the important elements that help people be more resilient. Part 2, we apply the actual frameworks and perform an organizational diagnosis. And part 3, then the ominous noises come in, what if? We think about what's the next challenge we're going to face. And when we were looking at the what ifs, the potential what ifs, a lot of people were laughing when we presented some of these ideas, and then some of them happened. So I think it's a really good idea to look ahead. Thank you. Next slide. So I won't read off all of this, but there are a whole bunch of things. We look at a bunch of definitions because it's important to have common understanding about things to be able to discuss them. And in these definitions, obviously, we look at resilience. What is innovation and adaptation, sustainability? Because as we were looking at the stories, we started off with this endeavor with resilience and innovation, but we realized that oftentimes it wasn't necessarily innovation, it was adaptation. So we really wanted to define those two and separate them out. Obviously, we're all looking at sustainability. Let's survive, let's get through this pandemic so that we can get back to business. Part of the organizational diagnosis is also, looking at organizational life cycles, the important elements of change management and crisis management, because a lot of people were in crisis management mode, sometimes perpetually. Leadership was another important piece, and again, the frameworks that we use, one of them doesn't show up there, okay. Because McKinsey 7S, we don't know if we can continue using it, we have developed a new one, MVOV GAMP DARI POCA. I'm not even kidding, that's what it is, but it's very efficient. So next one here, so definitions, resilience, what is resilience? We, just so that we know what we're all talking about the same thing here, the ability to recover from something unpleasant. I think everybody would agree that the pandemic had some unpleasant effects, and we were all trying to recover from it. If we go to the next, innovation. Sorry, this comes out a little pale on the screen here. Innovation, something new, versus adaptation, modifying something that exists already. And then I'm sure some of you are already thinking about some of the art and culture organizations that you've spoken to and realize, yeah, some people were talking about innovation, but really it was adaptation. And we saw a large portion of these stories that were really adaptation, not innovation, which is perfectly fine, but we wanted to be able to parse them out. Next, please. So we went back to the 200 plus submissions, and so the backdrop of our analysis starts with where the resilience effort appears, and we use the business model canvas for that. I'll get to that in a second. How the resilience was demonstrated by either doing things differently or doing different things within the business model canvas. Next, who spearheaded or championed the result of resilience, and what were the resources that actually fostered this resilience effort? So those 4 questions really covered a lot of ground. Not all the 200 submissions covered off, or we could get an answer for all of these, because some stories were like, we went online. That was the extent of the story. So the other thing is we kind of, I'll say, omitted all of the we went online because everybody went online. So that wasn't the most interesting thing. We really wanted to know where people made decisions. And we were careful to look at, when we're analyzing these, that we're looking at the decisions that were made for change and not the result. Because some people did things and then the result was, oh, we got this new revenue stream. Great. The choice that brought the new revenue stream is more interesting than the fact that they got a new revenue stream from, let's say, out of country. This here is the business model canvas. Most likely the most useful tool I've encountered, and if you don't know of it, then I encourage you to look it up. It's free, a co-creation by something like 400 people that were buying in to participate in this. It is very user-friendly and very visual, so extremely easy to use. So I encourage everybody to look it up. Very easy to understand, but I'll give you the 1-minute version on the next slide. There are 9 building blocks to the business model canvas, and it starts with your customer segments. You think about your value proposition. For not-for-profits and charities, we're looking at your mission, your objectives. Why do you exist? That is your value proposition. Your channels, how do you actually get your cultural goods or services out to your customer segments? The relationships you have with these customer segments, your revenue streams, your cost structure, your key activities, resources, and partners. What is it that you need to be able to produce and deliver these cultural goods and services? And if we move to the next slide, so I'm going really fast, but this is kind of the teaser as well. So if you want the workshop, we're still taking orders. Just check in with Kathleen. So the color scheme is a little off here, but your value proposition is really central to everything. And then on the left side, you have everything you need to be able to produce that, your key activities, partners, and resources, and your cost structure. Basically, all of this on this side is what you need to be able to get things out there to people. On the right side is, what you also want coming in. You want the customers, you want to be able to identify those relationships, your channels that you use, and your revenue streams. So, sorry. Thanks. So all of these are interconnected, and if you sit down, and we provide actual paper copies for people to write on, and when you start mapping out your organization, you start to realize a lot of things that you hadn't necessarily thought of, including key partnerships. A lot of people forget, something like Ontario Hydro could be listed as a partner, because when you don't have electricity, it makes things a little sour. And that's one of the things we can think about in terms of vulnerabilities. So I'm not getting ahead of myself. Next one here. The Profity analysis or framework, again, very simple. I just walk people through these during the presentation and say, can you list out your physical resources, your reputational resource? People don't think about that, but when you walk into a bank and say, oh, I'm representing so-and-so company, that may come with a lot of notoriety. It may open some doors for you. So what do you have? Can you list out all of your resources? Because every single story that we encountered used some form of resource. Either they went and got a new resource, or they realized that they had something sitting right next to them that they could use in their resilience or new undertakings. The next one, the McKinsey 7S, which I'll really go fast because I'm not supposed to use it right now. At the center of it all, the big value piece with this one is shared values. Whether you're talking about your staff, your structure, your organizational style, or any of these other S's, at the middle of it all is shared values. And when we think about arts and culture, there's a lot of nonprofit, there's a lot of charity work. It is all about the values that we have for organizations and what we want to put out there in the world. The next one, we're missing the horrible one, the MVOV GAMP Dari Polka. Sorry, I sent an update to this, but anyways, it's another way of seeing a very holistically your organization. We can share that maybe in the slide deck that's going out. But if we look at sustainability, so sustainability was definitely one of the themes that came out, because we didn't want to sacrifice what we had today, or we didn't want to sacrifice tomorrow by using up everything we had today. Next, please. Change management. So that was one one of the big pieces. And we need to look at also, did change management happen because of soft skills or hard skills? Did people have, what was used so that they could survive and be resilient? And we can definitely see a correlation between the level of mastery of change management and the effectiveness of the change outcome. Next one, please. Okay. Leadership was also a big piece, and we'd like to discuss this in the workshop. Some organizations which were very, top-down and structurally heavy ended up learning a lesson and saying, you know what, we can't do this. We need to let the folks at the ground level up bring forward the ideas and something new that will give us, the survival tools or ideas. So sometimes that leadership piece, what kind of leadership is in place? Are we a very top-down or bottom-up organization? Are we nimble? Are we ready to say, take the ball and run? So leadership is a big question that we have to ask ourselves in these situations, and how much our structures, there's a trade-off. If we've got so many people around the table, you may be generating a lot of ideas, but it may also be cumbersome because that decision process can be difficult because everybody needs to be on board. So there's a trade-off between having somebody working alone versus a larger group. I won't go into into many of these examples. I just really want to kind of sum up. So this is the kind of analysis piece that we have. If we could move forward to the last one, in SIC, the stilt walkers. This one really stood out for me. So we analyzed a bunch of these stories and, using the business model canvas, what was the resilience? Where did the resilience effort lie? In this case, and I didn't put the story up there, but you've got stilt walkers who use their skills, walking on stilts. They use their resource, actual stilts, and took contracts on. So instead of being, I'll say clowns at fairs, they were contracted in shopping centers to promote social distancing. Because what happens when you've got somebody 6 feet up in the air walking towards you? Well, you tend to disperse. So they were there, and they used these skills. So it's kind of comical, but at the same time, it's like, yeah, that was a good idea. And so this is how they managed to keep revenue streams coming in. It's a bit of an odd one, but anyways, this is how we've analyzed these. So if we look at this analytically, the key resources were used, and their value proposition changed because instead of trying to simply entertain people, they were actually using their skills towards safety and security, which is not their primary mandate. Anyway, so I've got a bunch of examples like that we put together or that we present during the presentation. But for lack of time here, we'll just move forward. So the findings and analysis piece, whether it was innovation or adaptation, there were common skill sets, and those are the ones that show up in the middle there, versus adaptation and innovation had kind of more specific things, including if we think about proactive or reactive types of engagement with change. And again, sorry, I'm going really fast, but again, this is the teaser. So another piece that we were looking at that was part of the package was technology. But it would be impossible to list every single form of technology used. And in all cases, it really got boiled down to this, and it was Anton who came up with this sentence, if I'm not mistaken, was technologies are simply tools in service of an organization's existing leadership. If you don't have the skills, if you don't have the ideas, you can have all the technology in the world, but you're not going anywhere. So there's still the human factor behind it. I think that's a good lesson learned there. In terms of conclusions, rough conclusions here rapidly. Customer segments and revenue streams were always an ever-present consideration, but it was more interesting to look at key resources, key partnerships, and key activities as a source of change. Being really aware of your value proposition and sometimes reconnecting with your fundamental values as an organization, and who are you there to serve? Came out in a lot of stories. There were a lot they were saying, oh, we have this local population that we've kind of alienated ourselves from, but now we have to think locally. So, value proposition, who you're there to serve, being aware of mission drift, and sometimes taking that risk and saying, I'm going to step a little bit aside from what I'm supposed to be doing, but this will still serve a purpose, which is close to the purpose we want, and who's allowed to make that decision. And, things like the Dalton Trail Gallery, which we didn't look at. Some people realized, hey, you know what? At the end of my property, I've got a walkway, so I'm just going to put some art up there. So I'm going to use my, my land as a new place, a new resource for delivering cultural goods and services. Sorry, I'm just going to wrap up here because we're 2 minutes over. So part two, again, this is the very, very short version. Part two, we would actually be looking at applying these frameworks in organizational diagnosis. And one of the things that we do is we look at the pestle analysis. Most people have heard of it. Not many people have engaged with it, but you look at outside things. And again, some of these what ifs. So what if you ran out of electricity? What if there was some form of civil unrest? And before the Freedom Convoy happened, we'd put that up there, and people were kind of laughing. Oh, what could happen in Ottawa? Well, and then a few weeks later, there's a huge storm that blew out all the power. So it was like, okay, again, or loss of internet. We all relied on internet, but what would we do today if we got internet cut off? Oh wait, that happened with Rogers. So again, these are all put forward before we started presenting, and then they kind of happened. So you might want to look into these. It's a little doomsday stuff. So if you think about your key resources, activities, and partners, they are also your vulnerabilities or liabilities in a sense. So trying to assess with PESTEL where your vulnerabilities are can be a really good, getting forward thinking. Next, please. And so again, I won't reread this, but where, what, who, and how these resilience efforts were manifested, I think gets covered with these 4 questions. And the goal again of the professional development is really to get people thinking ahead of time, and think about what you've got, so that if something happens, you can say, hey, I've got this. I've got this one thing that I hadn't thought of before, but could be useful in this case. And yes, so obviously nobody sat down and said, I'm going to use my business model canvas now and figure out what my next step is. That didn't quite happen. But professional development, when you're thinking about teaching resilience, you can't teach resilience. People demonstrate it. They live through something and then are still there and are stronger for it at the end, hopefully. So you can't teach resilience. So I went with something that was impossible basically at the beginning, and kind of found a way for people to think about how to get there on their own. So a little bit of self-help. But so people weren't necessarily conscious of their use of these frameworks, but we can explain, analyze, and synthesize all this through those frameworks. And I would encourage as many people as possible to sign up for these workshops. They're actually quite fun. They're not dreary autopsies for real, but there's a lot of reflection, and I think there's a lot of insight that can come from it. So I want to really thank Kathleen, CCNC, CC UNESCO, Kelly Hill for all that wonderful work that put all this together that we could build on. So thank you, everybody.
Thanks very much, Kelly and Greg. This is a big project for CCNC. Close to $400,000 worth of work is being put into this project. I want to just finish up this section by thanking Les Arts et la Ville. We have Christian Senecal coming from Les Arts et la Ville to present, I think, on Thursday. Also, the other members of our committee, Kelly and Greg. This is our steering committee, Barbara Fillion from CC UNESCO, and Miko Hoffman, who is the board member from the City of Vancouver, board member of CCNC, and myself and Kate have been working on this project for quite some time. So again, I will encourage you to consider bringing this to your communities, and also, if you aren't able to, encourage your local organizations to take part. And you can see what I mean about how some of this stuff actually does have application to community development projects that might be going on in your communities. These slides that Greg presented will be available on our Whova app and probably elsewhere in CCNC stuff. And so now we get to, you're probably all just like, my lunch is just digesting. Oh, before we go, we have gifts for our lovely speakers. Kelly, your second? I get your second one? And thank you very much, Greg. So I'll just say thank you again to Kelly and Greg. Thank you very much for being with us. So the next thing that's up for all of us, hopefully you've downloaded your app and you've signed up for your peer-to-peer sessions. I know, right? Who hasn't? Who hasn't? No, you're not even going to put your hand up, I know. Okay. Like, not me. Okay, so our next session is our peer-to-peer session. So we have like 4 wonderful peer-to-peer sessions that are happening at the same time. For our lovely live stream virtual delegates, you will have the peer-to-peer session that happens in the Silver Lake Ballroom will be available for you. So just so you know, if you're in person, you can rewatch the Silver Lake Ballroom peer-to-peer. So if you have interest in two different ones, and one of them happens to be the one here, go choose the other one, because you can always get this one later. So just letting you know that. So those peer-to-peer sessions are in the ballroom. So culture of collaboration with the city of Brampton, and culture strategic planning in Grand River A. That is with the city of Abbotsford when the levee broke. Did you hear that news in Abbotsford? Oh my gosh, that's just a crazy time. Again, talking about resilience, right? And then Meet the Street is in Grand River B, which is New Arts and Culture Festival in Red Deer, Alberta. And then tapping into the open data pipeline, approaches to amplifying community vibrancy and cultural planning, Capicoa, that's in Laurel Creek. So at 1:45, which is coming right up, feel free to go to your peer-to-peer presentation. After that, I do have to let you know what's happening after that, because you're not going to come back into this room. So at 2:15 p.m., is that the right time? 2:15? No, 2:45, we're going to finish up with those peer-to-peer presentations. And between 2:45 and 3:15, you have a bit of a break until you go to your study tours. So your study tours will be gathering in the lobby of the hotel before 3:15. There's also a snack and there's a water station, so bring your water bottle and you can fill up your water, and there's a little snack to send you on your way. And so that's just before 3:15. We want you to be there. If you haven't signed up for your sub-session, find one of us to help you do so that we know who's coming. Okay, so coming right up, peer-to-peer. After that, a little bit of a break, and then on to your study tours. And then tonight, we'll see you at the Clay and Glass Gallery at 7 p.m. for our opening party, hosted by the City of Waterloo. Thanks very much, everybody. Enjoy. Hello. Hello, everybody. So we're going to get started with the panel in this room right now. So if you want to pull up a chair close and listen to what Brampton and Steps have to say, that would be awesome. Just know that the catering staff's going to be coming in and taking away a few more plates. But please come in close so that you can hear everything they have to say. Thanks very much. Enjoy.
Having this discussion back and forth and sort of in between and amongst the three of us. So we're just going to try and figure out the best way to do that.
Hi, everyone. Oops, this is Michael. Hello. I'm Michael Vickers. I'm Senior Program Lead of ACIDA, the Arts, Culture, Creative Industry Development Agency. I suppose for the folks at home, maybe we'll each introduce ourselves and then give a visual description. So I am a white 35-year-old with a scruffy beard and somewhat scruffy brown hair. I'm able-bodied. I have a pink dress shirt on with a blue blazer over top. And I'm 6'1". Go ahead.
Hello? It's on? Yeah. Okay, perfect. Hi, everyone. I'm Margot. I'm the cultural planner at Steps. I'm currently I'm a white non-binary person. I'm wearing green glasses. I have brown hair. I'm wearing a black turtleneck and a black vest.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Kelly Stahl. I'm the Senior Manager at Cultural Services of the City of Brampton. I am a mid-40s white female. I have auburn hair, and I'm wearing a blue and white striped blouse today with a pair of jeans.
Next slide, please. Very quickly, we wanted to do a land acknowledgement. I feel a little bit conflicted as far as land acknowledgements go, which I'm sure has been a topic of conversation already. I can read this, sort of scripted text, which I think we've all sort of come accustomed to, specifically within the arts community, right? As sort of what can seem a bit performative at times, sort of reading these sort of land acknowledgements, but where's sort of the action piece in that? And obviously we've been speaking a lot about that lately as far as reconciliation goes. Like, that's great. It's wonderful to read the land acknowledgement. I'll let it just be there. But I think for all of us, we agreed we kind of wanted to share maybe a little bit more on a personal level, like what that means to us. Brampton is covered by Treaty 19, which is the Adjutant's Purchase, which is from 1818, and it was 600,000 acres of land. On a personal level, I think building a new arts organization in Brampton, really a lot of what I'm doing right now is relationship building and building sort of those connections, trying to repair harm that maybe has been done by previous organizations and sort of build on that. On a personal level, I'm reading a book called Indian Horse that some of you may be familiar with, which is really powerful and just sort of talking about the residential school experience. For both the personal level and the professional, I found this book very helpful. Indigenous Relations, Insights, Tips, and Suggestions to Make Reconciliation a Reality by Bob Joseph and Cynthia Joseph. So I just wanted to share that. My background, you might be wondering about my accent, is I grew up in England, white settler. My dad was British, my mom's Canadian. I was born in the States, then grew up in England, and now I've been in Canada for a while. So that's sort of my background. If it's all right, I'll pass it over to you.
Yeah, I thought we would just each take a personal take at acknowledging the land. So I'm coming from Decoranto today, and I'm very grateful to be here in Waterloo. And as a settler on this land, I'm really thankful for being able to work in public art and culture, being able to connect with Indigenous communities and to provide opportunities for sharing voice, stories, having culture celebrated, and offering opportunities to for Indigenous folks to accomplish their creative goals as well.
I'm also grateful to be here today on a professional level. I've been reflecting a lot on a recent talk I heard from Jeffrey Schiffer, that spoke about our role and responsibility as municipal public servants to be thinking about making a commitment to innovation rather than replication, and thinking about our processes and programs and how we encourage equity and inclusion in our work rather than being paralysis in action because of the complexities of our work. And so making that commitment to, when we start our public art strategy this year, thinking about innovation instead of replicating the status quo.
Next slide, please. So our brief sort of overview of what we're going to be discussing today, we really want to make sure that there's time at the end for Q&A, because we feel like, obviously, we'll talk about this. We're incredibly collaborative and always in discussion. We think that's the most value here. So we'll be going through a few different points, but then we'd like to make sure that there's lots of time at the end for the Q&A. Sorry that our numbering is a little off there, 1121. We're good at art and bad at math. So first off, we're just gonna do a quick overview of sort of like how this partnership started. Speak for the place that we're each sort of coming from, some of the projects achieved together in our work with STEPS, and then going through the additional community supports provided, how we sort of built on the momentum that we've been having, and then go through the outcomes and impact before, as we said, sort of opening up the floor a little bit to an open discussion. I'm going to pass it off to Kelly now.
Okay, so as Michael said, this is really about sort of how we created a collaborative effort to respond to both community need and council direction. Next slide, please. So to introduce a bit more about the agencies that we're coming from, we come from three distinct sort of roles and responsibilities. Myself from the City of Brampton. For those of you who aren't from the area, the City of Brampton is located east of here, just west of Toronto. It's part of the Greater Toronto Area. It's one of the fastest growing cities in Canada, home to over 700,000 people and 75,000 businesses. We're a diverse community with 234 cultures, speaking 115 different languages. We're also one of Canada's youngest cities. I work specifically in the Cultural Services Division. It is our responsibility to provide leadership and project management for municipal cultural development in Brampton, and we're guided by the council-endorsed Culture Master Plan. I work on a daily basis with Michael, who will tell you a bit more about the agency that he is starting up.
Hi again. So essentially, Brampton's in a really fortunate and unique position in that we're building a new arts council essentially for the City of Brampton. So in the 2018 Culture Master Plan that the City of Brampton put out, there are a bunch of different sort of key actions, but one of them was the creation of this new arts, culture, and creative industry development agency. So essentially building a new organization to support the sector in a whole bunch of different ways. As Kelly mentioned, it's a massive city, incredibly diverse, incredibly young. So it was a bit of a daunting task, but things have been going really well. Sort of how do you support so many folks doing different things in meaningful ways and making up this gap where there hasn't been an arts council since 2015? We are basically in the second year now, or going into our second year of a 3-year incubation. So we're being incubated within the City of Brampton, and then at the end of next year, we'll fly off on our own and have an agreement and kind of support one another in that way. Pass it off to you now to speak about STEPS.
Yeah. So just a little bit about STEPS. We're a nonprofit public art organization that works nationally across Canada. Our mission is to create vibrant places and communities through placemaking and public art. What we really love to do is we love to provide a world where artists and communities can co-create meaningful, welcoming, and safe public spaces. STEPS has an enterprise where we're able to offer a wide range of services, such as public art management and development, as well as cultural planning and community programming.
Next slide. So a little bit of, I guess, sort of context setting for where we were in the City of Brampton when we began, when this partnership sort of began and why it began. I guess like the subtitle of this presentation could be like if we presented it as creating community collaboration, but really it's how do you get things done when you're under pressure and you don't have money and you don't have the expertise in place and you've got a really, directives from council or community really needs you to act quickly. And that's the situation that really we found ourselves in. Public art had been recognized by the City of Brampton as a valuable tool in building vibrancy and prosperous, inclusive cities, yet we didn't have a public art strategy in place. We had direction from our 2018 Culture Master Plan to revisit our public art policy and to think about developing our first strategy, which would direct and prioritize innovation and community engagement in public art. However, when we found ourselves in 2020 and the beginning of the pandemic, we quickly pivoted to responding to, COVID response and then recovery, and of course prioritizing the work of the agency and bringing them on as sector support. So we hadn't sort of actualized the work that we were hoping to do earlier in public art. And then we found ourselves in a situation where in July 2021, there was a lot of discussion about a significant water main reconstruction project in the downtown, and there was a road resurfacing in the downtown, and COVID had left a number of vacant storefronts in the downtown. And this is sort of when we were all, outside traveling around, not going into a lot of places. And one of our members of council started talking quite frequently about the importance of public art. And we received direction in that July 2021 meeting to not only return to council with a strategy for sort of short-term temporary projects to support the downtown, but that they wanted to see public art projects in the downtown within a 90-day period. So we had 90 days, 3 months. We had no dedicated staff to public art. We had no funding for public art, and we didn't have the in-house subject matter expertise to even really understand how we would go through sort of project visioning, initiation, and installation. So Michael had recently joined the city and had really good relationships and understanding of public art as an artist of himself, and he made the first introduction to us to STEPS as an organization to help us imagine what we could do together. Next slide, please. So, really, I think all of us here know that there was a necessity for collaboration. I sort of talked about that. There was a couple of distinct goals that we had. Obviously, to address the immediate streetscape issues that were in the downtown. We wanted to assess and plan for beyond the immediacy, what could we look at sort of short and midterm while we developed this public art strategy? How could we showcase Brampton artists? One of the reasons that the agency is here is because we have quite a young and emerging local artist community and not a lot of opportunity to sort of mentor and showcase their work. And we were looking to build local knowledge and capacity and really try to help people to understand how arts and culture could sort of go beyond this placemaking, how it could support storytelling, how it could support community engagement. In order to get where we wanted to be, we knew we needed the right combination of relationships, experience, and knowledge. Next slide, please. So we're going to go through sort of a couple of the projects that we achieved in a very short time frame with the support of both STEPS and the agency. So when we first looked at what we had to this 90-day timeline, the first thing we did was review what we had that was municipally owned. So what could we sort of fast track on an approval process? What did we have quick access to? Previously, the city had purchased a number of vacant storefronts on the northwest side of our main street. So we actually had 6 vacant buildings, and these buildings had longer term goals for reoccupation, but in the immediacy couldn't be reoccupied because of mold issues, asbestos, and some other sort of significant things that we had to overcome. So one of the projects that we brought to STEPS was, what could we do with this vacant storefront? And they sort of run in a quite consistent string down the main street. The second project that we, and I'll let Margot talk about this, but there's two downtown ones. The second one that we talked about was sort of a utility box program. It may be common in a lot of other cities across Canada. Nationally, we see really good best practice for utility box programs. However, in Brampton, because we didn't have sort of the resources and fundings, we hadn't initiated a project like that. So that was sort of our initial discussion with STEPS, was what could we do in a very short timeline with these city-owned resources. So Margot's going to talk a bit more about that Main Street window activation project and our pilot utility box program.
Thank you. Yeah, so we were approached by the city of Brampton with this kind of question of how do we create something that's walkable, that brings people down into the downtown, but activates these vacant storefronts. And so what we did is we, through STEPS' network of national artists, we were able to connect the city with an artist, Megan Lim, who is based in Brampton and is an emerging artist that had just graduated from OCAD in Toronto. We were able to work with Megan and create these beautiful illustrations that connected to the different food cultures in Brampton, asking people to question what is their relationship to food while also showcasing the diverse cultures and practices and food stories within Brampton. They ranged from Portuguese, Filipino, Indigenous foodways, Jamaican, Bengali, Punjabi, and really was just celebrating these different unique cultures. What was so wonderful about this is because Megan was an emerging artist, and if we can just go to the next slide. She was able to actually utilize some of her work from her master's thesis at OCAD. She did vigorous research. We were able to connect her with an Indigenous community member to provide consultation. So we ensured that the artwork was truly reflective of that community. It also demonstrates the power that public art can have to create a walking gallery, to bring public art into people in a way that's accessible, that allows them to contemplate their own life and culture, that is able to connect with vast communities and be celebrated in a way that's easy for everyone to come and visit. I'm going to just pass it off to Michael to talk a bit about the relationship with Megan and how that was able to expand to some of Isita's programming.
Thanks so much. Yeah, I think Megan, I feel very fortunate to have connected with them early on in my time in Brampton, and I think they're, like many artists in Brampton, your average artist is living at home, maybe making work in their parents' basement, young BIPOC artist, maybe recently graduated, and is just sort of starting out more than anything and trying to find their footing in the art world. So to be able to provide an opportunity like this where essentially giving her a completely new platform where one hadn't existed before, and looking at how can you use an entire building as a canvas. I think, one thing that Brampton is very well known for is food. I don't know if you've ever been there, but it's got tons of amazing strip malls. You can try 8 different foods, all in a row. Suresh Dosh recently came and helped work on our food guide. And I think, for Megan, who is using food as a way to an entry point to these larger discussions around racism, around multiculturalism, things like that, it was great for her to be able to explore her practice in a new way like this, and build a ton of skills too, which is a really big part of it. Is how can you expand her practice into new digital arenas and different things like that, along with a whole bunch of workshops and different things that we'll get into in a little bit as well.
The next slide, please. So the utility box program, there was 5 utility boxes that were in our Queen Street area, which we also considered to sort of be within our downtown core. I think it's important too to note that our role sort of quickly became facilitator at the municipality, that we made the connections with our downtown capital works, our facilities team, our public works to identify the traffic box. And STEPS was really able to come and provide sort of the insight into local artists, the discussion around sort of themes and direction for the artwork, as well as the professional installation of the artwork, which was new for us because there was a lot of concerns around anti-graffiti and other things. So it really was quite quickly distinct that our role in the municipality was facilitator, STEPS was really sort of the subject matter expert, and the agency had the opportunity to sort of enhance with the programming and make connection to artists. So I'll let Margot talk a little bit about the utility box program as well.
As mentioned with the utility box, it's such a unique canvas. So when you think about installation and how do we install in these kind of untapped public spaces and infrastructure within our communities, and how do we turn them into art pieces that create stories, that share stories, that start conversations, that create elements of surprise. And with this, it's such an important thing to think about what type of artwork will look best on something that has slits in it, something that has a door in it, handles, lots of different types of curves. So this was a really collaborative process that we worked with the CETA very closely to determine what type of artists should be selected, what artworks should we be displaying. And so we focused on emerging artists that had previously applied to the postcard project for Your Artist Story. Michael, I don't know if you want to quickly speak about the project.
Absolutely. So one project that we began early on when I joined was a project called Your Artist Story, where essentially local artists, musicians, creatives wrote essentially a love letter to the city and included some artwork that sort of depicts it. So it might be, as in here, like a photo from a local park. A local illustrator talked about how it's a city that's, full of innovation and idea generation. And so we already had a bank of artwork that we had an agreement with the artists to use throughout the year in different ways. So I think that was definitely to our advantage in having to act quickly, is that we already had the artwork on hand, and we're able to, though, obviously go back to the artist and say, we'd like to use your art in this new way, pay them an additional fee, so it's another paid opportunity for the artist. I think for all of us here, we're very much against the idea of exposure as a payment, and exposure isn't going to pay your rent. So, a huge part of the advocacy work that I do is really on making sure that artists are paid properly, and the education component that goes with that, which I'm sure many of you have to do as well, right, with your colleagues or with council, and explaining that having your art on a box is great, but again, you have bills to pay. So along with these literal physical boxes, we then showcase their artwork on digital screens across the city.
Awesome. Go to the next slide. As Michael mentioned, it's just so important to have an opportunity to showcase local artwork. For this, it was many local artists who were emerging. Many of the work that was created and showcased in this exhibit was made in their bedrooms during COVID and isolation, and to have the opportunity to then be able to share that work and all of a sudden have that work seen by thousands of people driving to work each day, going for neighborhood walks, waiting for their bus, and to have these in prominent intersections within the downtown, and just create a total opportunity to really showcase those artists' work. And through the process, STEPS was also able to provide some mentorship. So from writing your first invoice and how do you do that, to how do you create a high-resolution image that can actually be displayed on a large public scale, as well as how do you create an artist statement and an artist bio, and how do you write about that, how do you share your work. And so we were able to provide these opportunities to then have people leverage this opportunity to get their next opportunities in Brampton. And I had this great experience when I was at a networking event with the CETA, and I was able to meet some of the artists again and have another interaction with them, be able to talk about what the impact was of this project on them. And they shared that their bosses saw their work and had them want to commission their work on their trucks, or they had other people who wanted to see their artwork or purchase their artwork. And just hearing those stories really show the importance of how you should be supporting local artists in your community, providing those opportunities to showcase their work, advancing their careers, and you really just don't know where things will lead to.
I think to your point, a lot of the work that we're doing together is really on reframing how the artist is viewed in Brampton and beyond, and for many artists, guiding them through that process themselves. Especially there's a huge South Asian population in Brampton, and there's all sorts of family pressures to pursue different careers. And so I think our work together has been an entry point into some of those sort of discussions, but also like resiliency and confidence building ultimately, as much as it is professional development and teaching people how to do their taxes and teaching them how to do an artist statement and how to give us the invoice that we need to pay them. Just quickly, I just wanted to mention as well, for those that aren't familiar, a lot of the work here that we're talking about are vinyl wrapped boxes. So if anyone is unfamiliar what that is exactly, and you're like, I don't quite get it, it's essentially a large sticker. You would be able to give more technical details, but I think that's the easiest way to think about it, is you can digitally print an image onto what's essentially a large sticker that can be wrapped around just about anything, including traffic boxes. In this case, you'll see people doing light posts, buses, all sorts of different things. So I just wanted to mention that in case anyone was quietly like, I don't quite get what this vinyl is that they're talking about.
Mm-hmm. And it's great because we had opportunities to tile some artworks, to repeat them, to adjust the layout of them. It's rather than just painting on a box, you're able to like really just transform any type of surface. It's such a fun tool to use in the public realm. Yeah, you can go to the next slide.
So this project sort of comes a little bit after the downtown projects, but not much after. I think what's important to note that I should have said earlier is from direction in July to the downtown storefronts and the traffic box was October. So we hit that sort of 90-day cycle, but that really was only because of the already formed relationships that STEPS had and a really clear and concise process, and their professional sort of relationships with their installers, as well as the agency's very quick ability to sort of step in and think about programming and think about relevancy. And so had it been just us at the municipality, I'm not sure that we really would have even understood what the first step was going to be. And I know that 90-day timeline would have been next to impossible for us to have met on our own. So really the importance of this collaboration was really in a timeline when we were really under duress. But it also allowed us to start talking about sort of the longer term projects, the strategy, the work we would want to do. If we thought about this sort of the way we were talking about it in the session this morning about the pilot and prototype and try this and try that and see how the downtown store owners, the BIA, were responding to those storefronts. So it really allowed us the opportunity to quickly react to council direction, but also for us as arts administrators to think of it as exploratory in the future work that we wanted to do. This project that's on the screen, the Brampton Fire Station 211, was the third project that we worked with STEPS on. And this really is an outcome of the earlier work we did in the downtown. As soon as people saw the impact of the vinyl wrap on the windows, and in sort of concert with our one council member really advocating for the inclusion of public art across the city, our Brampton Fire Chief came to us and said, I'd be interested in sort of exploring what we could do, knowing that we have all of these sort of fire and emergency services buildings across the city, and how would you, propose to work with us on this? So again, we went back to STEPS and said, they have budget, so we don't want to pass that because we didn't have any. Brampton Fire came to us with a budget and an opportunity for this fire station in particular. And so we engaged STEPS again to say, we're not sure how to approach an active use building that also had considerations for safety and security and visibility. And so the relationship with STEPS was again to identify Brampton artists, but help the municipality as well as Brampton Fire to understand thematically what they should be doing, as well as the actual importance of like a safe and secure install. So I'll let Margot speak a little bit more about this project in particular.
Yeah, so this project we activated over 1,200 square foot of the windows in the fire station. It was extremely technical. It had a lot to do with safety and visibility and how do we create artwork and make sure that we're still maintaining those requirements. The tower was a particular challenge. There was a staircase going up it, but if we were to install in the interior, we would have had to build platforms almost on every level to be able to reach the top of the tower and install artwork in that full canvas. The windows are actually tinted, so if we installed artwork on the interior, it was almost dimming the vibrancy of the work, and so we had to come up with solutions for that. We had to maintain visibility, so we used this like perforated vinyl that you can't see it on the outside, but actually if you go in really closely, there's tons and tons of dots and spaces that allows light to pass through. So when you're on the inside, you can't even tell that there's artwork on the outside. It's completely optically clear. And then when you're on the outside, you can't see inside unless it's backlit. So we used very technical, yeah. Is there a name for that process? It's just called perforated vinyl. Yeah, so it's just perforated with lots of dots. And then another challenge is that this was actually taking place in December, and so it was really cold outside, and usually public art is seasonal, where you start in spring and you go until the fall, around 10 degrees, you kind of have to move inside to do installations. For this project, we had planned to meet the timelines, and we had to do this unique process where we actually had planned to bring in heaters, and we were going to tarp the windows. So they got up to the 10 degrees minimum for us to install the vinyl and have that actually stay on and look great and be long lasting. So it was a very, very fun project, and the many challenges that came our way and resulted in this beautiful artwork. It was created by Pam Lostraco, who's actually serendipitously a Brampton resident, but also on our Steps Patch roster, where we have pre-existing agreements with these artists. Pam grew up in between the rural and city parts of Brampton, and where this fire station's located, it's actually in a rural area. So Pam had experience kind of with the landscapes. It was a community engaged process, so we were able to meet with the workers of the fire station, able to have conversations with them. We met with the fire chief. He was able to tell stories of deer going into the deer kind of jumping through the cornfields behind. Actually, if we go to the, yeah, perfect, this slide. So Pam was just able to really listen to the community, see the surroundings, take from her personal experience, and then create this exhibit that was so reflective. It almost, as you drive down the street, you almost are taken back wondering if you can see right through the building or if you're looking at an art piece, and really you're looking at the community being reflected back on itself. And it's also unique because you don't really think of fire stations as places for the public, and so you kind of think of them as more private spaces, but when you add artwork to it, you would then have people who want to gather near it, who want to interact with the fire station, go up and view the artwork. It creates a sense of intrigue. Yeah, I think that's all I've got to say. I don't know, Kelly, if you want to add anything else to this project.
No, I think that it kind of leads into sort of the last section. We'll wrap up sort of the outcomes and the impact of working beyond the downtown, but we'll move into this section where we sort of talk about not only, we understood that the direction was to sort of animate these vacant spaces in the downtown and to try to bring people down, but we also knew that we were working with a BIA that was new to the idea of public art. We knew that we were working with emerging artists in the community, and so it was important to us to overlay this sort of community support and thinking about education and programming. And so Steps and the agency, again, were instrumental in sort of making council direction relevant to the work that we were doing in arts and culture. So Michael and Margot are going to speak a little bit about additional community supports that they put in place.
Yeah, I'll jump in here and just speak a little bit to how we use this project as an opportunity, again, for professional development, whether it be teaching the BIA about like the wonders of public art and the impact that it can have, guiding local artists and businesses through that process, or opportunities for artists like Megan to actually get out into the community and speak to them about the work. So the downtown walking tour with the BIA and businesses is a really great opportunity to actually take stock of downtown Brampton, you know, as COVID was slowly coming to an end, and look at opportunities for new activations and new public art. Artist talks that we just mentioned with Megan, we do several walking tours. We're actually going to be doing another walking tour this weekend where we're not only going to be looking at the art, but then looking at some of the foods at the farmer's market afterwards. So you'll get to go and see this beautiful mural on a vacant building, but then go down to our farmer's market a few minutes away and try the amazing jerk chicken that's depicted, or the patty that's depicted, or whatever it might be. Again, bringing back in like Brampton's amazing food scene. Public Art 101 for businesses. So Steps led an amazing workshop guiding, really it's a lot of hand holding, and I think a lot of my role is sort of helping unpack a language barrier that can often happen between the business world and the arts world, or the municipal sector and the actual like emerging artist that's yearning for an opportunity but doesn't necessarily know how to take those proper steps. So Public Art 101 for businesses, and then Public Art 101 for artists as well. So having Megan speak to their experience, and we've since been able to build on this with more opportunities. We're going to be rolling out a program where we'll have access ramps throughout the downtown and beyond, each painted by a local artist. So we're increasing accessibility across the city, but those mobility ramps are also temporary public art that can be revamped in different ways as well. Do you have anything to add, Margot?
Not too much to add. I think just it's just important to show examples of what is possible. Sometimes it's hard, especially when you're talking to municipal or businesses. What is possible in the world of public art, and it's great to show examples of successes from around the world, and that's definitely what we brought into the BIA, just showing what can you do inside of the business, outside of the business, temporary, permanent, and basically what is possible, just to broaden people's minds.
I think one of the benefits of working with a group like Steps, to their credit as well, is that you can also go to them and say, like, here's the budget that we have, and you can also scale those projects accordingly, right? So you can say, okay, well, if it's a $10,000 mural and not a $20,000 one, like, here's the parameters that we have to work within to make sure that we're still respecting people's timelines, respecting the artist's integrity, and making sure they're paid properly. And you can kind of work together with them as a partner to explore what you're looking for, and also be quite upfront and say the BIA is looking for this, this, and this. These are the themes that we need to explore because of X, Y, Z. Like, I think we all understand that there are sometimes those external pressures, but being able to push the project forward that you're hoping to, while still checking those boxes for other people that maybe don't quite understand it.
Yeah, and we actually did a walking tour where we explored what's possible within municipally owned spaces and buildings. So in December, we met with property owners, community members, the BIA, and city stakeholders, and we did a walking tour basically through the downtown to identify what is possible. Steps then suggested 9 different types of initiatives or activities that could take place on the building. We suggested some permanent murals, but also some activation of different spaces. And yeah, we've just been working on kind of what is possible.
I think as well a project, oh, sorry, Kelly. I think I also had a bit of a secret motive with this project, which is that by using art to transform some of these spaces, we can kind of claim them for arts and culture too, right? Like now, as you're walking downtown and you see these murals, if a staff member is not sure what to do with it, they'll be emailing us about it, right? And so then how do we start looking at phase 2 or phase 3 where, as we'll get into, you can animate the windows in different ways, but then there's an empty building there that maybe Megan could actually use as a studio, and it can be, an entry point to kind of claiming these spaces for other ways of supporting the arts.
I think from my perspective too, sometimes in a municipal arts and culture, if you're the only one sort of working on the project, you don't have sort of like the backup you need or the other voices at the table to help advocate. And I think that when it came to design approvals or any of those things, being able to say to our municipal process, this has already been sort of assessed by Steps, and they're professionals, and the agency is also professionals, and they work with professionals, so we're good. Like, we're good city, like, to move ahead. And I think that's one of the challenges that we have sometimes in the municipality, is sort of people's discomfort with arts and
yeah,
sort of in general. I think it really helped to build the confidence internally of being able to very quickly activate these and get approvals on short turnarounds, because there was such confidence in the voices that we were bringing to the table and the partnership as a whole.
I was just going to agree with you, and I think being able to show the precedents, right, and that they've worked with other cities, and these are the different projects. And yeah, to your point, Brampton's known as the flower city, but we can't have every mural be flowers, like, we have to be able to push beyond that, and again, use art as this entry point into these larger, frankly, more important sort of discussions.
That's very true. Like everything that I've seen proposed from someone in the city is a version of a rose, you know? Like that's just sort of the only thing people are comfortable with is taking the logo and then imagining it in other places. So this really brought the artist voice to the forefront. And what I really appreciated too was the thoughtfulness in thinking about some of the bigger strategic goals that the city had as well. So culinary tourism being like a real priority for the city, and then being able to think about this exhibit, exploring and discussing food. So being able to immediately work with the tourism division. It also, when we talk about sort of furthering that, it introduced Megan to sort of a whole new world of work at the city with the tourism office, and she's continued to do work for the farmers market and everything. But it's just sort of this education while we're doing the work, which I think was one of the most impactful parts of our collaboration. Next slide. So just sort of a review of some of the outcomes and impact of the work. Next slide. So from my perspective at the municipality, like there was a number of immediate impacts from our work together. We've sort of, talked about them as we've been going through it, but certainly there was like just the main like street level beautification. I think we all know how difficult it can be for downtown business owners or residents to see continuous vacancies in the downtown. Because they were municipally owned spaces, we had the kind of opportunity to animate them in a way, to clean them up. It's part of a reoccupation strategy to have the buildings look nice when you're trying to encourage new ownership or new businesses. It was helpful, I think, for the downtown businesses as well as the residents to see a visible municipal investment, that they understood and heard that there was a dislike with the current status of those vacant buildings, and then they saw council being responsive and an investment being made in the downtown. We definitely saw the increased participation from the BIA. They're interested and engaged in what we're putting in the downtown. They showed up for the walking tours. They participated in the Public Art 101 online session. They're definitely more understanding of the process and how and where they should participate and integrate. We got really positive public relations from the project. I think because it was sort of the fall and it was a transition season and we were still kind of in lockdown and people weren't sure, what to do or where to go, there was new and interesting things to look at through the fall, which continue to look like as beautiful today as they were when they were first installed. It built community pride. I think it was really special to see like Brampton firefighters sharing their Station 211. I thought that was really interesting to see on LinkedIn, the fire chief talking about the importance of this project and connection to community and reflecting their building as a safe and accessible space to their community members. They created new paid artist opportunities, which was something that the agency had been trying really hard to kind of unlock new spaces. One of the goals in Brampton is really creating new opportunities for the presentation of work, and we don't have a municipal gallery. We don't, we're lacking in some of those traditional spaces. So this all of a sudden opened up opportunity for a lot of our local artists. It offered new programming opportunities in the downtown. As Michael said, we've got this amazing walking tour with Megan happening this weekend, the integration of that with the farmers market, and as well, sort of, I guess it was kismet that we also were able to access grant funding. So because the project was ideated really quickly, we had funding when there was some community grant funding for Main Street activations, we were very quickly able to we have a project. And so ultimately, even though it was planned to be funded through our Capital Works Department on the downtown project, we were able to actually shift over and use, we were fully covered with grant funding for the project. So again, when you have a really cohesive, well understood, budgeted project with good partners, it can make municipal funding or receiving municipal funding much easier. Next slide. I'll pass this over to Margot to talk and Michael about just the community around it.
So on this last slide, fostering creative communities, some of the different benefits as well, this increase in community pride, the strong creative economy and making Brampton a destination for arts and culture. We did have various other partners that suddenly, after noticing the PR, were interested in coming to Brampton, saying that they had seen some of the different ways that the art sector was changing. Luminato Festival came to Brampton after seeing us share some of these articles, things like that, and then we're able to just continue building on that momentum. Sustainable income sources for creatives. As I mentioned, some of the artists featured here have then gone on to do different things. Megan is doing work for the farmers market, but is also going to be creating all the visuals for our upcoming municipal election. So really like an artist leading the Get Out the Vote campaign, right? Which, again, the secondary motive there is people seeing art and thinking, I'm going to go vote, and I'm going to vote for somebody that's interested in the arts. Community of artists living and working locally, building that sense of togetherness, which, again, is like a challenge in Brampton, in a place that is very spread out, doesn't have amazing transit. Often there's a real focus on downtown. So creating ways for folks to get together to work on a project. And that's, again, a lot of the, many of our events are networking events, because especially during COVID, people were even more spread out apart. So how do we get people together, again, to get that momentum going? Increase in artistic skill level and building their portfolio. It's a huge portfolio opportunity for many of these artists, as again, they've gone on to do more. They can apply for grants. And again, some of that hand-holding, now they know how to do an invoice. They know how to create an artist statement. They know how to approach a business and say, I noticed your window's empty. If you'd like, for X of dollars, I can sort of activate that and help get people in there. And again, that reframing for themselves of like their identity as an artist, and inspiring more individuals to work locally or into the creative industries. So I know that at least one artist sort of said, oh, my brother has always been interested in drawing. Can they apply for the next show? They applied we have a digital series called Pixel, where we have basically taken over the large screen downtown. So we have like a small version of Young and Dundas in Brampton with one really big screen. So then like this artist's brother can then participate and see themselves on the big screen, literally. And it changes, changes their perception of pursuing a career in the arts. Would you like to speak about Megan?
Yeah, I think Megan has definitely been a name that we've mentioned a few times, and just showing as a great example of how one opportunity has led to so many more opportunities. Not only with Asita through creating artwork for the farmers market, showcasing her artwork at artist fairs, doing the election artwork. She's also been able to get great publicity. She was invited to speak on CBC Radio News. She was featured in local news articles, and it's just so important that having an emerging artist, it was one of her first artworks that she'd done since graduating, and all of a sudden it became known by not only those in Brampton, but also was heard across the province as well. So it was just so impactful to have her name out there, and has led to more clients. She's currently doing a project for the TTC in Toronto. She's been able to continue her work through STEPS. She works as a community facilitator with STEPS and our U-Moon programming in Chinatown Center, celebrating the New Year's. It's been able to unlock new opportunities, new clients, and also helped to create a sustainable artist practice where she has paid opportunities and is able to continue her artwork, is able to stay in Brampton, have local opportunities in Brampton, and really foster her community there. So it's a really great example of how investing in local artists can be so successful.
And to that point, like, it's a huge win for Brampton, for Megan to stay, right? So as I mentioned, many artists, especially during COVID, or perhaps a Toronto artist that moved back home because of financial insecurity or whatever it might be, thought, I'll move back to Brampton and stay with my parents for a little while, and then I'll probably come back to Toronto. Megan's staying, because she's been rewarded, I suppose, for their, pursuit of the arts in Brampton, and are seeing the traction that they're having and thinking, actually, maybe I can stay here and make a career here and still have a relationship with Toronto and all of that, because that's not going to go away. But actually, making Brampton a viable place for her art career, and then tell her friends who might notice, actually, there is more going on there. Maybe that makes sense for me to stick around too.
Yeah. Next slide. And just a fun way of how we've also been able to continue programming. So not only do we have an artist walk and food tour this weekend, we've also are planning a virtual walk, which is going to be activating Megan's artwork through AR. So back almost a few months ago, maybe 6 months ago, we proposed a community survey where we asked the community members to share their food stories, to share their local memories of walking in downtown Brampton, to share the restaurants that they love to go to share their experiences of being able to connect, and maybe they're a newcomer and they're able to find a dish that reminds them of back home. And so they're able to find community through food. And so we were able to collect lots of food stories. And what we have done is we have hired an emerging animator and AR artist, Jen Liv, who has been able to transform Megan's artwork into live animations, which I can show you a little sneak peek of. And what will be layered on top of these is going to be these stories of community members. So as people walk down through Main Street, you're able to not only view the artwork, you're able to see it come to life, and then you're able to hear the community members' stories, which creates a total immersive experience. Still plays on the goals of bringing people to the downtown, creating walkability, and sharing community members' stories. So just, yeah, a very special addition that we're working on. And this will be live before the end of the month as well.
I think this is also like a really great example where we at the municipality probably would have put the window vinyls up and been like, we did it. And then the relationship with Steps and the agency has continued sort of the momentum. You know, I don't think that we would have had, again, you know, in the absence of having dedicated full-time resources, we do now, thankfully, a lot as a result of the work that we've done. I'm not sure that we would have continued to think about how to further explore the artwork, how to further share sort of the storytelling. And just last week, I had a member from downtown business owner from the BIA kind of call and ask and say, like, okay, like these have been up for a year, like what next? Are you transitioning now? Are you going to put up something different? I was able to respond and say, actually, next weekend we have a talk with the farmers market. It's going to be sort of this walk and talk with food. And then we're going to be integrating this sort of like new programming around the virtual. And they were really pleased to hear that we hadn't just done that either as sort of like a, you know, oh, people were upset, so we put up something nice and then we walked away. But I think it really showed our continued commitment to the work, but only because we have such great partnerships with the agency and Steps to be able to do that. So where we are today, and I think just sort of to bring it all back together from the municipal context of why this collaboration was important, is that it kind of put us in a really strong position for the future. It did a number of things. It sort of showed that we can have cohesive citywide public art at a high quality. I think everyone's been really impressed with what it looks like a year later, that the professionalism of the installation and the quality of the materials used has really spoken a lot to how even temporary works are longer than, you know, sort of 3 months. It continues the expansion of our local artist network. I don't think that we as a municipality would have met Megan so early in her career without sort of Steps being, you know, the area that they explored to try to meet those artists, and then the continuation of Megan being able to work with the agency has been really beautiful. The capacity building and mentorship, the opportunities to showcase local artists through large format public art, and building trust and confidence and support for the integration of art in other city projects. It really spoke to the only reason I believe that the Brampton Fire and Emergency Services project came was because of and out of the success of those downtown projects. Margot, did you have more on this slide? No? Okay, so next slide. So what's next for us is I think coming out of the success of these projects, we were able to advocate for our first public art officer in the city of Brampton. So we recently had a staff member join the city of Brampton on a temporary basis, but we're hoping we can continue the momentum and help council and senior leadership to see that this is an important element for us on a full-time permanent basis going together. We have received formal direction now to resume where we kind of left off at the beginning of COVID to undertake our first public art strategy in the city of Brampton. I think that this exploratory couple of years has really helped us to kind of ground and understand where we want the strategy to go. Yeah, a few years ago, maybe we would have thought of it in a more sort of singular way, but now we've had the opportunity to sort of pilot and consider and reframe and consider. So I think our strategy will ultimately end up being much stronger in the end. We'll continue to work with Margot and the team at Steps on some of our meanwhile strategy work in the downtown. We have a project coming now and another laneway activation that we're really excited about. As typical for Brampton, we're on very short timelines to get it done before the end of the year. But again, the relationship with Steps allows us to meet those timelines. And we'll continue to work with Steps, with the agency, with other sort of arts organizations to really explore how, all of us coming together with our experiences and knowledge and networks can really enhance sort of municipal arts and culture programming. So certainly from a municipal perspective, there's no way that we could do it alone, and we would continue to work with and rely on those who are subject matter experts in this area. So that's it for our formal presentation.
And just kind of like some different backgrounds on why Steps is a nonprofit organization is through the work we do with our partners, we're then able to provide skill development opportunities with youth and allow them to help collaborate on some of our projects. We support grassroots public art and placemaking initiatives where we frequently partner with affordable housing agencies, BIAs, and nonprofit organizations. We also support emerging and early career artists through mentorship, skill building workshops, and hands-on training just to continue building capacity within the arts sector.
Yes, all the things that we want to see happening in our cities and really just the mechanism and know-how in getting that done. All right, last slide. So that would open, we'd be happy to answer any questions. I'm not sure on time. I think we're pretty close to time, but if there's do we have time for questions, or are we supposed to be moving now? Okay, maybe a few questions, but the three of us are here for the duration of the conference as well. And I know in the app you can ask questions, and the three of us can respond there as well. But sure, we're happy to take a few.
I see 1 and 2, so maybe we'll start here with you with the.
I've followed the Steps for a while on social media. I'm just wondering, do you work nationally or are you based?
We work nationally. So right now we have projects all the way from St. John's, Newfoundland to Victoria, BC. So we work completely nationally.
To my Brampton colleagues, what was the budget for every project? And I know that's probably everyone's question, works in the municipal sector.
The downtown projects, we ended up receiving back, the grant value that we received back was about $60,000, and that included the downtown storefront projects, the traffic box projects, plus all of the engagement that we were doing with the BIA. So those public art 101 workshops, our walking tours, all of that. So it wasn't just the installation, it was sort of that bigger project as a whole. And the fire station budget, I want to say, was under 50. Margot might remember better than I do, but
we had to use a technical process, so it's a bit more expensive when you do an installation in the winter. So I think it was around the 40, just above 40K, I think.
Yeah, it was less than 50, but in and around there. And that really, had we had longer lead times and not sort of the technical requirements of a fall installation, we probably could have explored that how we could have thought about the cost savings there. But they both had budget that came from outside of cultural services. And I think that's sort of key here, is that we were able to scope the work based on the budget that was available. So Brampton Fire came to us and said, this is what we would have too. And we were able to scope the project at that scale and capacity. Same thing with the downtown. They gave us sort of a budget and we scoped the scale to that. Welcome.
Yeah.
Can you talk more about the roles and responsibilities of the BIA and how are they involved?
Sure. The BIA was sort of an integral part of facilitating the conversation with the downtown businesses. So we worked with the executive director of the BIA when we were thinking sort of thematically about what would be on the storefronts downtown. We wanted to ensure that there was sort of a approval process with the BIA before it went to the city for approval, so they facilitated that as well. The BIA has not contributed financially to any of our downtown public art projects at this time, although I do think they would with longer lead times. I think that they would be a financial partner. In this upcoming project with the Harmsworth Lane, they're actually coming in earlier in the project to be involved in the initial design consultation, so that we ensure that we're reflecting as best as we can right up front what the desire is for sort of the theme and storytelling to go along with it. But they've been supportive in also promoting activities in the downtown when we have these walking tours, including them in their newsletters and that. But they've really played sort of, in this particular project because of the timeline, sort of a supportive role, but haven't necessarily been integrated, but I think they would in the future. I think that's their desire. All right, I think we should wrap up so everybody can get down to their walking tours in time. But thank you, everybody, for coming and
Thank you.
listening to us. We
Thank
appreciate
you.
it.